I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Test, test. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Mayor Cawley.
Hello, Eric. How are you this evening?
There we go. We can hear you in the chamber. Could you speak one more time for me just so we can get your volume adjusted?
Sure thing. This is TJ Cawley, and I'm going to be participating remotely this evening. Thank you all for letting me do that.
Gotcha. Perfect. All right. I'm going to go ahead and mute the mics here until the meeting starts.
videos and live streams at townofmorrisville.org/council meetings. So townofmorrisville.org/council meetings. Okay, tonight I'd like to recognize our Sergeant at Arms. Master Officer Hogan is with us tonight. Thank you. Master Officer Hogan has served as a police officer for 5 years and is currently on patrol, on our uniform patrol. So thank you, Officer Hogan, for being with us tonight and for serving the community of Morrisville all year round. Appreciate you. Okay, tonight's invocation will be by Councilmember Steve Rao.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Before I begin this evening's invocation, which I'm dedicating to the cricket transformation of Morrisville, I just want to say that we pray for our soldiers, we pray for any family that suffered from an illness, and we pray for for anyone who's passed away, and we pray for the former President Jimmy Carter and his family, and are grateful for his service to our nation and the world as a president and as the ex-president of the United States. On Tuesday, I was finishing up my run on the Shiloh Greenway, which runs through Church Street Park. On the last stretch of my run, I could not help but get a little emotional as I ran up to the top of the new stadium seating. It seemed like just yesterday when we broke ground in 2013 on the park with our shovels in hand. Mayor Pro Tem Liz Johnson was with me, along with our colleagues. At the time, my colleagues in the council and residents were excited for a multi-purpose park with tennis courts, a track, and a playground. Eventually, we put in a cricket pitch. The rest is history. Fast forward 9 years, and I was viewing the same park from the expanded stadium seating, which we made happen. Never did any of us imagine that we'd be hosting Major League Cricket Championships at Church Street Park, and that fans from all over the nation and world would be watching professional cricket in our town. The sport's first ever international match was between America and Canada in New York in 1844. Cricket was more popular than baseball before the Civil War, and in recent years, thanks to immigrants from all over the world, it has been gaining fans once again. This is perfectly clear in what's happening in Morrisville. Who would have thought that cricket would be making a major resurgence in our nation so many years after the Civil War, and that would be happening in a town where some of the last battles of the Civil War were fought? Thanks to the passion and dedication of immigrants from all over the world, we are now seeing a cricket transformation taking place in our All-America city. During the last mile of my run, and I always run to music, I was inspired by Carrie Underwood's song Invincible, which spells out the word champion. As I sprinted the last 20 yards, I shout out to myself the words as it does in the song, the word champion. C is for the courage of our Terrain Cricket League and the fans who brought their passion of this sport to our town. H is for the heart of our cricket fans. A is for our never give up attitude. M is for the constant motivation to develop the finest venue in the country. P is for our persistence. I is for Morrisville's innovation. O is for optimistic, and N is for never giving up. Today, all of us are champions. Our cricket journey has certainly been more of a marathon than a sprint. At each mile marker, we might have faced some setbacks, but we never lost sight of our finish line, developing a world-class park where fans from all over the nation and world can cheer on. Who knows, maybe one day there's a future Olympian in our sights training right here in our town. Our cricket journey is a celebration and reminder that the All-American Project and the best American democracy is taking place right before our own eyes, that we can all come away from faraway places, live up to our God-given potential, and bring true transformation to our communities. We call it the miracle of Morrisville. Amen.
Thank you. Okay, if you are able, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, before we adopt tonight's agenda, Town Council policy is to review and ensure that there are no conflicts of interest or an appearance of a conflict of interest on any items on the agenda. Anybody have any conflicts of interest? Seeing none, I'll ask for a motion to adopt tonight's agenda.
I move that we adopt this evening's agenda.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries 6-0. Okay, next on the agenda is a consent agenda. We have 6 items. First is a resolution amending the adopted fiscal year 24 user fee schedule for murals. There's a budget ordinance amendment to reappropriate fund balance from prior year 23. Resolution authorizing execution of NCDOT landscape maintenance agreement for a portion of Lewis Stevens Drive. A resolution authorizing street acceptance for J. Morris Commons Lane. And approval of 2 sets of minutes, town council minutes from June 13th and June 27th. Does anybody have any questions and want to pull anything from consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a motion to adopt consent.
I move a motion to adopt the consent agenda.
Thank you. Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion carries 6-0. Okay, next on the agenda, we have administrative report. One administrative report is from Master Sustainability Plan FY23 overview. Typically, our administrative reports are for council's review and the public's review as information. Anybody have any questions? Okay, Councilmember Fender has a question we have Kimberly Connolly as our sustainability coordinator. I assume you have a question for Kimberly? Okay.
Yes, I just have a couple of questions.
Good evening. Happy to answer your questions.
Yeah, I just want to, a couple more details, and then also just for the public to hear as well. On the, so on page 3 of the report,
Mhm.
where you say on, for the solar array, where the 75 kilowatt system on the public safety building resulted in 64% reduction in utility costs, do you know like how much money that was? What the cost was?
I could certainly put that together for you easily, but no, I don't know off the top of my head. And I have a correction. It's actually an 81 kW system, not a 75, so it's a little bit bigger than what I had stated in the AR.
Okay. And then, so then it says fire station number 3 has an operational 81 kilowatt. So is that an 81?
Sorry, no, what I have here is correct. I apologize. It's a 75 kW system on PSMS and an 81 on FS3. My apologies.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just curious to know, translating that into dollars, how much that equates to.
So you're asking what the savings would be on FS3?
Well, the savings in total on the public safety building.
Okay. I know that when we, for FS1, when we did those numbers, we were looking at a $300,000 savings over the course of 25 years. So I'd be happy to put together those numbers for PSMS.
Okay. And do you know how much of a rebate we got on fire station number 1?
Yes, $27,000.
And then, so, for the rebates, grants, and incentives section, I added those numbers up this morning, and that came up to almost $500,000, including, and I counted the $250,000 from, the federal grants, from Congresswoman Deborah Ross
Right.
as well. So that's a substantial amount of money that you guys have been able to obtain through rebates, federal dollars, working with Duke Energy to contribute toward solar energy, and then also through Duke Energy Smart Saver customer program for the energy audit.
Yes.
So
Thank you.
that's kudos on that.
Thank you. It was definitely a team effort.
Yeah, so that's great. I had one other question.
Thank you for asking. We just had the final training today, actually. So that was an energy conservation training. So our consultants came in and did a training for all staff. I think all told we had we had an online version and 2 in-person events. We had over 100 employees, staff come and attend those trainings and participate. So we talked about what we found in the audits, what types of opportunities there were for savings. And then we also talked about what kinds of things could staff do to conserve energy, both in the office and their facilities in the office at work, but also that might also be possible at home. And we talked about some interesting things like smart plugs, and we actually had some giveaways to that effect. So we're actually trying to give folks the tools that they need so that they can conserve energy in sort of techno-savvy ways.
All right, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with Councilman Offender. It would be nice to know the total savings and kind of keep track of that. I think that is something to share and to be really proud of. So maybe going forward, we can make sure kind of to incorporate that.
Certainly, I'll put that together for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we could do that. I'd be happy to do that.
All right, any other questions on the sustainability plan? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Okay, next up we have public address, and I believe town clerk had indicated that no one had sent any comments in prior to the meeting via email.
That's correct.
Okay, do we have anybody signed up tonight to speak?
No, ma'am.
Okay, we have no one signed up. Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak for 3 minutes tonight for public address? Okay, thank you. No comments tonight. Then we'll move on to action items. We have one item tonight that is scheduled for action. It's the proposed UDO text amendments for EV parking. And Elliot Ward, our planning manager, is here to give us an update.
Thank you. Good evening, Councilman. So I just had a few updates from, can you hear me? Just had a few updates from the previous meeting. Specifically, Council asked at the last meeting about the potential for higher EV requirements for the hotel and motel use. Staff did include visitor accommodation uses in the EV requirements. We kept the 5% EVSE installed and 15% EV ready that is used for other uses. But however, if council wishes to adjust the requirements for visitor accommodation uses, we can definitely make that change. I did provide council with an example. So if a hotel requires 1 space per guest room, so in this example, it was 122 rooms, they would be required to have 7 EVSE installed spaces and 19 EV ready spaces. Next update, Town Council also asked about comparative research with other municipalities, specifically Holly Springs and Apex. I did just go ahead and throw this slide in the presentation as well, just to have a brief summary of each of their requirements. We aligned our proposed language closely with Holly Springs. Apex does have similar percentages, although other than multifamily and hotels, which require slightly higher EVSE installed spaces. If you're able to look at that research document provided in your packet, you probably noticed that a lot of jurisdictions across the country vary pretty significantly, both in numbers and language. So the staff felt that the 5% and 15% that would apply to the majority of developments felt appropriate there. Another topic discussion that came up at the July 11th meeting, was potentially providing EV exemptions for multifamily participating in affordable housing. As Principal Planner Kittredge mentioned then, staff felt this would be better discussion during the affordable housing work session later on this evening. And finally, as a reminder, these proposed requirements would apply to new construction and only apply to existing developments that are undergoing a modification to the site that would trigger non-conforming site features to be brought into compliance. These are typically larger modifications or numerous modifications that have higher costs of construction. And those are all the updates I have for you right now. If you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them.
We have questions? Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson?
So fine? Okay, now I think everyone can hear me. I really do appreciate the supplemental information that was introduced tonight, benchmarking the proposed Morrisville requirements against multiple municipalities. Holly Springs and Apex are shown in the presentation, but you went to Indianapolis, you went to other cities across the country when you were looking for different requirements. I think one of those was Michigan, some community in Michigan even. And I think across the country we are struggling with, we are seeing an increase in EV use because of federal incentives and also requirements that are coming. How do we accommodate people living with their EV vehicle in a way that's complementary? And right now, we have very few options in the town of Morrisville where someone can go and charge their vehicle. So we need to kind of rebalance that. It's not an easy thing. And as I'm going through this presentation, it seems like there needs to be an element of cost sharing or cost recovery for those entities that provide this EV, either EV charging or EV ready parking for electric vehicles. Now, I have a question about if we have a certain allotment for parking spaces and then we allot another amount for dedicated EV use, there really is a difference between an EV space that's ready, that can be an overnight 24-hour parking, and a parking space that's really also a charging space, because people need to charge and move on. So the consumption of the spaces that are charging spaces, people cannot park there overnight. So there might be a shortage, or the numbers would be off if you had 4 charging spaces because people could not overnight park there. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And I was just wondering, have you discussed that or considered alternatives?
You mean to supplement the spaces that are just constantly being
The 4
used?
spaces that have to be rotated.
Yeah, I mean, we could definitely, we've obviously talked about that. I know there's been conversations about cars being left in our own parking lots here in the town for extended periods of time, overnight. I know there are options, and I may ask Sustainability Coordinator Connolly to come up as well, because she has done extensive research on this as well. But I know there are options in private development where they do have charging they charge a fee, and they also, that fee can increase the longer the car sits there to try and mitigate people from staying overnight, sitting in one place. As far as the space requirements, we haven't really discussed supplementing that. It's similar to someone parking overnight in a non-EV space, so I'm not sure if that's what you're getting at with your question.
I really think that our parking formula is very tight as it is, and when you take away spaces, although good, I mean, I love the fact that we have charging spaces in the formula, you are effectively taking out of use those charging spaces because they're temporary. They really shouldn't be used by a long-term resident. They're there for, energizing that vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
So how do we ensure there's the right amount of parking for all residents based on our formula when you've taken a few out of that formula? I think we need to rethink how we are calculating that to ensure that the residents are not negatively impacted.
Yeah, so I will say early on, when we started the research, started discussions, that did come up. And the reason why it was almost as an incentive and to make it less of a cost burden for the requirement, if instead of adding to the already required parking, where they can supplement that, even though these cost a little bit more than a regular traditional parking lot or parking space. In this case, we weren't adding cost onto what was already required. So we're trying, if that makes sense.
There's
So-
other ways to get to that cost that will be a cost recovery for the developer or the property owner without negatively impacting the long-term residents. So it's like cost recovery methods, there's other, incentives that could be offered. And that's something that we might need to have a longer conversation about, which is, I'm kind of thinking I'm not ready to vote yet because I have a couple other questions. But so that's one of my questions, and I'll leave it there. I'll let others comment when they have their, hopefully I'm not the only one who's going to comment tonight. The public versus private. For existing properties, we're not going to be requiring them to build in the ready or the charging stations, but is there something that we can do to incentivize them to offer that with existing properties? I'm thinking, stores, areas that you have multiple businesses and so forth like that, because ultimately that would be great to either dedicate some spaces for electric vehicles or have some charging capability with those businesses. And if we can partner with groups that offer grants or something so that we can increase the availability of electric charging to support our community, that would be great as well.
Yeah, and I think, that's a really good point. I think what we're seeing too is, especially with commercial, with the research, all the research labs, the bioengineering that's coming into town, a lot of these places are doing this voluntarily already.
Exactly, yes.
A lot of their staff drive EV vehicles, and, there's a lot of it in town already. So, if there's certain incentives that the council wants to look for, then, we could definitely explore that for existing development.
That'd be great. And the last is the amount of dedicated EV spots. I know Apex had indicated 3% with 15% ready, and then we had stated 5%. I just wanted some more examples of how that 5% would impact, because maybe that is a little high. 3% seemed a little low, so I don't know, maybe 4% kind of thing. But really understanding what that 5% benchmark does.
Sure. Are you talking specifically about hotel and motels, or just across the board?
I'm just talking across the board,
Okay.
because it does increase that. And then finally, I really do like the handicap space that could be chargeable, because as we see the whole industry shift to electric vehicles, we're going to have a need for vehicles to charge that do provide access for individuals that might need a ramp. So that is a very interesting challenge. What is the right amount? We're still early days. Were we too aggressive? We might be, maybe just look at that a little bit more. Maybe there's a one minimum, but it's not EV only or something. Maybe it's EV optional or something. That way we can switch it later to EV only, but right now I don't think there's as many EV vehicles that are of a larger size. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilman McGarrett-Miller.
My question, I think, is just piggybacking on what Vicki was talking about, more in the town center here, especially when we are having the shared parking. And I think the first floor is ours, according to the design. And is there a certain structure put in place when you go for parking structures? How many per floor? Because I don't want 10 spots in the first floor used by EV, and then everyone is like going around trying to figure out where to park.
Yeah, that's a great question. We have not considered that yet, but yeah, we can definitely look into that.
Yeah, because that's like I was just thinking, like, if it is in their best interest of the developer to basically push it down, so that they get their parking spots when they have to allocate like 1:1.5, like depend on that. That I don't want all the EVs down, so and then that'll block our people from using those spots because they don't have EVs. But it has to be a balance of each floor, how much we can put, so that way it is equitable to all the floors and not just a floor.
I think that's a really valid point. And actually, just today, the City of Charlotte was passing around through the Southeast Sustainability Directors Network their EV standards for parking garages. So there are, some of the cities and towns that are more progressive and have had these things in place for a little while are now putting those types of standards in play too. So we can pull together some of those benchmarks and see what our peers are doing in that space for parking garages, certainly.
Okay, so which means that there's some more work to be done before we do, or how do we go about? Because we'll come back with revisions of these, or
Yes, if council wishes to continue, I can come back with all these updates and answers to these questions. Yeah. We could look at the proposed language, add an additional table, or for parking decks specifically.
and then one more about parking. Like, can you go to our Morrisville one? Sometimes the numbers. Okay. What about our parks? What is, we don't talk about parks in specific here, or like public places in this particular chart, like, other than other uses, so.
We actually have our own standards for town projects that are over and above what we're asking for from private developers. We'd be happy to share those specs with you if you'd like to see them.
Okay.
I think
Yeah.
yes. I think that'd be yes.
Yeah, because I would like all to be put, even though we have a high standard, so be it. Let it be at one spot. Because that's the standard we are setting for the town as a whole, not to the other side. So at least people can see we are setting a higher standard for ourselves before even we're going to the others and asking them. And that would be a good
That's
one.
a good point.
Okay, that's all for me for now. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we are headed to, we need more information, and some things may potentially be updated. And so, yes. Okay, Councilmember Rao.
Yeah. Piggyback on what both Councilmember Scroggs Johnson and Garamella, my biggest concern is just the multifamily as it relates to affordable housing. So I know that 5% of parking spaces and 15% shall be EV ready. Is there anything we can do? I know that some concerns have been brought by apartment association. My biggest concern is if we start, tonight we're going to be talking about affordable housing. I asked the director of Wake County whether EV charging would increase costs, and it potentially could. So would it be something that, if we did pass this, would there be flexibility as it related to affordable housing? Or if we compare what's going on with Apex, which has affordable housing, they're at 30%. Is there any data that we can see of, whether it's affected their costs?
Yeah, sure. I think as far as I think there probably is data that could be provided. Again, with the affordable housing, I think staff is going to address that tonight at the work session. As far as I know, the word exemption was used at last meeting, or potentially supplementing costs that was mentioned earlier. So, but I do think that's going to be brought up tonight at the work session as part of that discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Just want to bring that up.
Okay, yep, we'll talk about that hopefully in the next about 30 minutes.
Okay.
Maybe 15. Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Rabati.
Well, two things. I don't love the idea of trading EV parking spaces for affordable housing. Like, I don't like the idea of the EV parking spaces being on the table as something that a developer can lose to incentivize them to do affordable housing. I think we should, not that, I don't think that's what Councilmember Brown meant, but I think we should steer really clear of any language that indicates a potential trade-off there. That's the first thing. The second thing is, I would like to know, both on this slide and on slide 8, I don't think I really understand the metrics that are driving the requirements. So in other words, what percentage of vehicles that are owned in Morrisville now are electric vehicles? And that's one thing I'd like to know. I'd also like to know, of the current charging stations in Morrisville, what's the usage percentage? Are they being used 12 hours a day, 10 hours a day, 5 hours a day? Like, what's the uptake on the availability? And then I would like to see some trends, generally speaking, that would account for, because I think that 15% of required motor vehicle spaces I'm thinking specifically of my neighborhood, Breckenridge, right? And I realize that parking standards might have changed, but I'm just saying that so there's a portion of the development, and there's probably about 80 or 100 spaces there, and every single one of them is full all the time. I haven't counted the electric vehicles, but I've also never seen one there. And so my concern is that, going back to what Councilmember Scroggins Johnson said, my concern is that I think our parking standards are already so tight that taking 15% of the spaces out of commission 24/7, I think is going to be a big hit parking wise. So I don't know what the answer is, but I'm saying that parking is already a problem all over town. So and the last thing I'd like to know is, what's the enforcement mechanism for a car that just, like, if you pull into a handicap space, you can and should get a ticket. If you pull into an EV charging space and park your non-EV car, but it's closer to the store or whatever, and there's no other parking spaces free, and you pull on in there, what is the enforcement mechanism? Like, what theoretically, what are we doing there? Are we towing? Are we ticketing? Like, I just want to be really clear on how much use we're likely to get out of, if we're not getting full capacity usage out of the existing EV spaces, maybe until we are at or near capacity on those spaces, maybe there could be some kind of cutover period where it doesn't matter what kind of car you have, if there's one open, you can take it.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think as far as the first part of your question, the 15%. So, like, just a reminder that the EV ready requirements don't necessarily require them to be EV specific spaces.
Right, but these are minimum number of, I'm looking at slide 8, minimum number of required electric vehicle charging spaces. So I'm just looking at Apex, but
right,
that's definitely a requirement.
Right, yeah. So they definitely have slightly different language there as well. I think from our approach to it, the EVSE installed would have signage requiring those spaces for EVs so that those are available. EV ready would also allow regular gas vehicles to park as well, with the understanding that in the future it's in place, assuming they do need to add additional EV SE installed charging stations, it's already there, the infrastructure, and then they can convert it to EV only if they've got the demand for it. So it's not necessarily taking away 15% of the existing parking, because Obviously, if the development wants to make that EV only, they can, but we're not requiring that as part of our proposed language. Just the EVSE installed.
Okay, so it's going to be determined whether the space is EV, only, which I assume would mean there'd be some kind of penalty for parking there if you don't have an electric vehicle, or just EV available, I guess, where you can use the space if it's available. The owner of the property would make that determination, but the owner of the property can't decide what the enforcement is going to be, can they? Like, can they seriously have you towed or ticketed if you violate their EV rules?
I suppose they could put up their signage and enforce towing if they'd like to. I don't know, Kimberly, are we doing anything currently with our spaces as far as enforcement goes?
To my knowledge, there is no formal penalty for folks that are parking in EV-only spots.
Okay.
There's just really signage there that says, please don't. Yeah.
Okay.
We don't have a mechanism currently.
Council member, I may be able to address that. On these private lots, the lot owner would have the ability to tow if it's an apartment, multifamily, if it's within a homeowners association. The homeowner association has rights of enforcement.
Okay. But we don't have to get involved in that as long as it's private property. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Fender has some questions too.
Yeah, I guess, I'm not so concerned about the 15% requirement taking away from existing parking spaces or, parking spaces required for, gas-powered cars, because, a couple different reasons. One, for electric vehicle owners in Morrisville residents, they're gonna be charging their vehicles in their residence, at their home. And I see the EV chargers more for, yes, you are gonna have the residents of the multifamily, apartments, but it's more for the commuters, people coming in, that are working here in the offices, or people going to the grocery store, or the people coming into the hotels. And then also, I was going to bring this up during the affordable housing discussion, because I was doing some research with that, and there is research that says that increasing parking actually increases traffic. And by all of our ordinances that call for more parking is actually increasing traffic. And a lot of municipalities now are getting rid of their parking space requirements to meet their sustainability goals, and also to meet their affordable housing goals, because requiring developers to create all this parking actually adds to the cost of these apartments and inhibits them being able to provide affordable housing. So we actually need to be going in the opposite direction and requiring less parking spaces, not more parking spaces. So for me, taking, or, the available space and taking some of that for EV chargers, it does not concern me, because we really do need to be requiring or not requiring as many parking spaces to encourage people to use other modes of transportation. I would prefer we benchmark against Apex, especially with hotels and motels, and require 30% of EV chargers, because that's where people are gonna need them. That's gonna be a major inhibitor for people up. It's an inhibitor for me getting an electric vehicle. If you're going to travel long distances, you got to be able to. You're going to have to plot out your route to ensure that you're going to be able to charge your vehicle along the way. It's not like you're just with gas that you know you're going to be able to find fuel along the way. So I would like to see us require more charging units at hotels and motels. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna go around again. I just want to make a couple of really quick comments. Benchmarking or looking at other communities is really helpful. Like, I love looking at the community from Wisconsin, I think it was, where they had they tiered this over a number of years, which I liked, except for the fact that I think it went out to like 2040. I'm not sure that would work here in the town of Morrisville. I think if we really want to invest in, or not invest, maybe that's the wrong word, but we really want to show that EV is important to this community, we need to do something now and not wait and tier it in over decades. I do believe that we talk about the fact that development, there's not a lot of undeveloped land here in Morrisville. And while that's true, this town is ripe for redevelopment. There is a great deal of redevelopment opportunity over the years. So we'll capture some of this in that redevelopment. But having said all that, looking at all of these other communities is helpful, but have any of them done this long enough where they have lessons learned? Because I think everybody's brought up some really good points, and we're concerned about what might happen. I don't know how long Holly Springs and Apex and the communities around us are doing this, but there are other communities across the nation that clearly have done this longer. Have they encountered the issues that we've been raising here and we're concerned about? And if they had it to do over again, would they do it differently? And I know that's probably that's a big lift to ask, but if there's any way to capture that kind of information, I think that might help us too. Because clearly we're trying to do the right thing and not overburden folks and try to do the best for the community now and into the future. So, and I like this idea of Councilmember Frender when she talked about, maybe we need to start looking at eliminating parking because that's true when you look at some of these studies, but it also goes all of this comes together. All of this is a puzzle. That comes hand in hand with options for mass transit. When there are those really good, robust mass transit options out there, that's when you pull back on parking. And then it's an incentive for folks to use that mass transportation. I'm not quite sure we're there yet. I know we all want to get there. I sure do. I've been talking about commuter rail, which now we don't call commuter rail anymore. We have to call it regional, oh no, I have to look at my notes now. Regional passenger rail. I think that's the new terminology that, regional passenger rail is the new terminology, not to call it commuter rail. I'll call it whatever you want as long as we get a train station in the town of Morrisville so that we can help with all these issues and efforts. So.
I'd like to address one of the things that you said, Mayor Pro Tem. You were talking about lessons learned. I will say that this is very cutting edge, right? Apex and Holly Springs and potentially Morrisville are right at that cutting edge. We don't have a whole lot of best practices here locally that we can look to because everyone being my peers in municipalities across the state, are trying to do this as quickly as possible because we know how important it is. we could certainly find some best practices from other states, namely, California, New York, that we could pull in and talk about, certainly.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, all right, we're going to go around again. Councilmember Garamella, you had your sign up.
Yeah, Elliot, one question might be a little off, but I got to ask. We're all talking about EV. Are we not talking about like electric bikes to charge them around the Greenway area or something like that? Because that also has a limited amount of span that it can use. If no other town has done, I think we can be the first to do it in our Greenway system, our parks. It's nothing to do on the developer side or the other places, but at least set that standard where that will encourage more people to use all alternative ways other than the electric vehicles, which is good, but the idea is to take the vehicles out and use more bikes.
I think council talked about that at the roundtable, the last roundtable, about asking staff to look into EV bikes, so.
No, I'm more talking more on like not EV bikes was like getting EV bikes. I'm talking about charge points for EV.
Understand. So I was just going to say, so maybe we can add that to that topic. I see you shaking heads, but that should come back with that topic. If we're gonna invest or partner with somebody to offer EV bikes, there's got to be some way to charge them too. So for sure, I'm sure that'll be part of that conversation. I agree.
Okay, but if that doesn't pass through, as a whole, but at least I would have a discussion at least for the charging stations if someone. To do that. That's all. If that is taken care of, I'm good.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Scrivens-Johnson.
Thank you. A question came to my mind as we're listening to each of the other council members. So if we have spots that are dedicated EV ready versus EV charging, is it an assumption that eventually all the EV ready will be charging stations?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think staff is operating with the assumption that they may all be converted, but the opportunity to convert them in the future, should the need grow, like the Wisconsin community that Councilmember Johnson just mentioned, they're already preparing for that in the future. It's going to keep upticking every 5 years. I think they have it on. So I think we put in that 15% with the assumption that they could be converted in the future at much more cost effectively than waiting and doing it all at the same time. So having that EV infrastructure allows for the installation of the EVSE installed charging station much easier than if they wait 5-10 years and then try to do it all at the same time. It'll be more costly, more intensive for the development. So
that's very helpful. So then I think for me, I believe that looking at the residential, the high density residential, it's even more important that you look at the parking situation, because as you convert existing overnight parking spaces to charging, which are temporary hours only stations, you are denying the residents even more opportunities to park their cars overnight. And it's different for a shopping center because those locations are not overnight parking, but it is in a residential setting is to park your electric vehicle or gas vehicle overnight. And as you convert them to temporary parking only, there's going to be there's going to be harm. Also, when you're doing the analysis, I know that there was some looking at the EV situation in Morrisville when you came up with these recommendations. Are there EV what I would call deserts or gaps in a network? Because I really like what Councilmember Fender said about we have to be very thoughtful about mapping out our routes, making sure that we have opportunities to charge when we need to charge, but looking at our town as a whole, how do we make sure that we do have those opportunities? Maybe there's no charging in an existing area, but maybe that would be an opportunity to have a redevelopment or some grant to make sure that network is strong. That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Rabani, did you have another?
Yeah, I think that how we approach the hotel situation depends, maybe even more so here than in Apex or Holly Spring because of because of how close we are to the airport. I would like to see some stats on how, if it's possible to even get this, but whether these hotels are family travel or business travel. I would tend to think, again, willing to be convinced the other way, but I would tend to think that Morrisville hotels would see mostly business travel. We're the closest to the airport. And in my experience, anecdotally, business travel and renting cars for business travel has changed completely over the past 5 years even. And it used to be that, you hit a town on business travel, you rented a car, now it could be an electric car, back then it couldn't, and then you were, that was just what you did. And now I don't think my employer is the only one where you hit the airport and you hop on a shuttle or you call an Uber. So it's not, I would be interested in if we can gather any metrics on what percentage of the hotel spaces are currently used overnight with cars. Like, are their parking lots full? And just, I don't know, it just seems like 15 to 30% just seems like a huge amount of spaces for cars that I just am not that sure are out there. I mean, it's a requirement, like 15% of motor vehicle spaces right now. Like, I would like to see some stats that demonstrate the need for that. If there's statistics that show a need for that, then that's what we should do. But I don't think we should just like put our finger in the air and, I think I want to see some metrics that tell me that this is what we should do.
Yeah, sure. We can try to pull together some data. I'm assuming you've already got the data.
I do. I actually have some in my folder in the back of the room. But I'd like to pull together some more numbers.
Okay, yeah, I
for you.
appreciate that.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying I
Right.
can't.
It is hard to wrap your head around it, actually.
Yeah.
But it is, the market is growing exponentially, and they're expecting it to continue doing so.
Well, right, but the market is growing exponentially, but let's talk about that for a second. The market is growing exponentially for what type of electric car? For a high-end electric car, for a low-end electric car? If there is honestly, it's been a long time since I bought a car. I don't know that much about what electric vehicles cost now, but if there's been an exponential increase in low-end electric vehicles that would make it the right thing for us to put charging stations in places where there's going to be affordable housing, then great. I guess I'm just saying, I would like to look at some numbers. Yeah, thank you.
So I was reading a white paper recently, and it was all about talking about EVSE installed and EV ready, but looking at it through an equity lens. And so that paper, which I'm happy to share with you as well, but it talked about how there are going to be used EVs that are coming onto the market that folks are going to need to be able to charge, right? So that's just an example of, yes, to your question, those things are going to start happening. We're also expecting cost parity between internal combustion engines and EVs within the next couple of years. So that's how fast the movement is going at this point.
Right, and I guess what I'm saying is that if that cost parity occurs during the next couple of years, to me, we're still a couple of years away from a significant portion of people being able to afford an electric car. Anyway, I don't need to belabor the point. I would like to see some numbers. I'd like to see, and I would love to read that study about equity in electric vehicles.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Provide it.
Okay, I think.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I was just going to, yes.
Mayor Cawley has a comment.
Okay, please. Mayor Cawley, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Protem. Really appreciate it. This has been a really great discussion. I just want to share that I think I trust Kimberly and our staff, that they're steering us in the right way, and the answers that they're bringing forth are the best practices as far as are known right now. And to be very blunt, the planet is in a crisis. I think it's important that we get this started right away and start requiring this. I would support Councilmember Fender's idea of benchmarking like Apex for hotels and motels. I think that would be a good place to stretch. I think that there isn't a whole lot of new development happening. So I think the redevelopment, I think it would be appropriate to have them be installing the EV ready and some new charging stations going forward very soon. I value the sustainability that is being shown through these UDO changes. And I think it's important that we go ahead and vote on them. I think that we could go around and around and have hundreds of questions every 2 weeks, and we're not going to get the answers because there are no answers yet. But I think the best way to learn is by doing, and we can adjust later. So those are my thoughts right now. So I look forward to hearing some more discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fender?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick comment about the hotels. Our hotels are on I-40, and the business, if the business traveler is staying in the hotel and taking an Uber there, then they're not taking up a parking space because they don't have a car. So to have a larger percentage be EV chargers isn't a burden for the hotel.
Councilmember Rabati?
Councilmember Rabati, I believe your microphone may not be on. He said he could see your lips moving, but your mic, he couldn't hear the audio. I apologize.
Okay, well, I said that if this is not what you meant, I hope you'll clarify your comments, because I resent the implication that asking questions about such a complex matter has anything to do with trusting or not trusting staff. And Kimberly, if I gave you Ms. Connolly, if I give you the impression that I don't trust anything you're saying, I apologize. I trust everything you're saying. I just, I'm asking for verification so that I can make sure that my vote is going to be as informed as possible. Thank you, Councilmember Rabati. Okay, does anyone else have any comments they'd like to make? Okay, and I'm not going to assume anything, so I am going to ask that is council intent to wait at least 2 weeks for some more information to come back, and we are not ready to vote on this tonight?
That's correct.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
we'll talk with staff later, but council's asked for a significant amount of information, and we start preparing our agenda Friday. And that's not, I don't think it's fair that staff will have enough time to bring back for an August 8th agenda all of the information that council's requested. I just want to set that out there. Elliot, am I reasonably correct?
Yes, thank you.
So just awareness that I don't think it can come back for an August 8th agenda.
Okay, and thank you for saying that. And I think that I'm seeing head nods, so I think we are aware that we have asked for a lot and talked about a lot, and that we need to give you the time to get that information back to us. And this is something that is important to us, and we do intend to move forward. But I think Councilmember Rabati said it best. We want to make sure we have all the information and we are as informed as we possibly can be before we move forward. And that is a really, it is. Can you not hear me?
I'm sorry, Mayor Colley had another comment.
Okay, thank you. Hey, Mayor Colley, you can go ahead.
Yes, we all trust our staff. So that was not my intention to say otherwise. I trust them to the point that I'm willing to move forward at this time. and that I think that waiting a month or more as development keeps on happening around us, I think that what staff has presented is really solid and that we can put it in place tonight and then we can come back in a month or 6 weeks and do some tweaks. That would be a path forward that I would suggest be considered, because then small tweaks rather than just waiting completely. So I appreciate the opportunity to just share that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your thoughts and your opinion. I'm hearing from council that we do want more information, that we want to take a little bit more time. Did we have one more comment? We're good. Anybody else have any comments before we move on? Okay, I think you got a lot, Elliot. I would just add one more, not that I want to add to your list of things, but I'm curious if the chamber has any information from our hotels and motels, if they can help in any manner. I don't know that they track anything related to EVs and this issue that we've kind of talked about here tonight, but just curious if they have anything to help and add toward the conversation.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly, but some of Councilmember Rabati's questions, that was my first thought, was possibly the chamber could help with some of that information. So I'll reach out to them as well.
Good. Okay, one more time. Everybody's good? If one more, go ahead.
I just have one question. I mean, so we're saying that it's going to be too hard to have it within 2 weeks to make, so we'll have to wait.
We've asked for a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, our draft agenda for August 8th starts getting processed on Friday.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're getting into August and that we just can make a decision and move forward with something, but it seems like just getting all the information is going to make us feel more comfortable. So it'd be like a month, I just don't want to go off till September, October, and then.
I don't think that is the intent of, I did not get that impression from anybody up here. That is not the intent of anybody here. This is something that is important to us and we want to move forward. So,
Okay.
And in a little bit, we're going to have the conversation about affordable housing where we'll talk about this too. So, it's like the chicken and the egg with that conversation with affordable housing. So maybe this is good. We'll take the time tonight to talk about that as well. So, okay. So we're all good right now. Any last comments before we move on? Okay. Thank you, Ellie, very much. I appreciate your time.
Thanks.
Okay, all right, we're moving on to item 11, which is future meetings, events, and community engagement. Our communication staff has set up a new URL where the public can go to quickly to get information about our events. And so for the public information, it is townofmorrisville.org/calendar. So townofmorrisville.org/calendar takes you right to the calendar where you can then see all the events and meetings that are happening here in the town of Morrisville. The one I do want to mention tonight, we have Music in the Park coming up on August 4th. That's the next big event that we have. Music in the Park, August 4th, 6:30 to 8:30. If you have never attended a Music in the Park, you are missing out. These bands that show up are fabulous. There's always a food truck. Sometimes there's 2 food trucks. So I encourage everyone to come out. It's right at the Healthy Food Hub, which is right up the street where we have our farmers market on Saturday mornings. But of course, this is a Friday night from 6:30 to 8:30 on August 4th. And for those that would like, we offer a weekly e-newsletter where you can also get a lot of information that's happening here in the town of Morrisville. It's more updated and current information, so I encourage everyone to sign up. If you go to our website, click on Our Community, and then go to Connect with Us, and sign up for our weekly e-newsletter to receive all the information about the events here in the town of Morrisville, and our social media options available to you as well. Okay, so now council and manager comments. We're going to go in order, and everyone got the order ahead of time, so I'll say Councilmember Fender is up first for council comments.
I get to go first. It seems like forever since I've been able to get to first. So I will have the first opportunity to thank Brandon and Parks and Rec and Town of Cary Police and Town of Morrisville Police for a great weekend with the Major League Cricket event. I know you guys were working your tail off, and it was busy, but you guys did great. And because I live close to Church Street Park, I was driving by there all weekend, and I could see it was very a bit chaotic with people wanting to park all over the place, and the town of Morrisville police and Cary police had an infinite amount of patience dealing with folks and directing traffic. So you guys did wonderful. So thank you.
Thank you, and I would be remiss if we didn't also thank our Public Works Department and our
Oh,
Fire
sorry.
Department. They were also around the clock with what was going on. Thank you.
Yes, I think Public Works Department as well. They were in the background making things run smoothly.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Rao?
Yeah, just a few things. First of all, great job on cricket, ditto. It's just wonderful. I want to thank all the Parks and Rec employees for what they do since it is National Parks and Rec Month. And I want to congratulate Officer Finch and Dylan Briggs from Fire for their first responder awards that they received at the chamber event and the great panel that was hosted by Martha. And the RTA breakfast was a real eye-opener in terms of bus rapid transit. And I've been playing a lot of pickleball, so I wanted to bring out my pickleball paddles, and I think I may have found a new sport. So it's addicting. It's like show and tell. I like to bring things during comments now. I think it's gonna be fun, but it was really. I mean, those courts are packed, and I've been starting to pick up pickleball on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and it's just amazing to see the growth of it. So I still want more tennis courts, but I might be interested in a few more pickleball courts. So just wanted to get that out there. So and we should all get our equipment and start playing each other.
Especially since you just had a birthday and you're 53.
Yeah, I think my tennis career might be coming to an end. No, thanks for a reminder.
Okay,
Yeah.
you can convert us all to pickleball. We'll let you convert.
I still beat anyone in tennis.
I can't believe you're converted to pickleball. Okay, thank you. Is that all you have, Kim?
That's all I have.
Okay, I'm up next, and I do also want to echo Councilmember Fender. Thank you all very much for all the effort that is going into tonight as well, the cricket games here at Church Street Park. It has been a fabulous event. It has been wonderful to see how the public and our residents have enjoyed this event so much, and how proud they are to have these Major League Cricket games right here in our community. So I thank you all for making that happen so effortlessly, I'm going to say, and smoothly, because that's the way it looked to me. And I know that's not behind the scenes. I know that's a whole nother story. So thank you. I want to echo those thanks too. And the other thing, when we have these events, the other thing I love, not only the fact that we get to see our residents, but we also get to see staff that we typically don't get to see. And I had the opportunity to talk to Senior Officer Carl Rodriguez, and I asked about ARCO, and so I just want to publicly extend my hopes that ARCO is doing well. He's been under the weather is probably an understatement, but just publicly want to let Carl and Carrie know how much we're thinking about them and ARCO as he is recovering. So, thank you. Okay, up next is Councilmember Garamella.
I know a lot of things have been said about cricket. For me, I want to give a big kudos to the staff. And more than that, you don't see Brandon in his, a police officer, where the traffic was incoming and you could see instantly, Brandon stay there, and, all his natural stuff coming out. And you never see Giselle, running, with trash bags, collecting trash, and Jeff there, they didn't care who they were, what designation they were, and working, 16 hours, I think was Jeff was saying, his, people were pulling up. It's a lot of work. Nothing goes unnoticed. I think at the end of the day, only one thing that comes out is Morrisville did a great job. and that is what, I want that the staff is the forefront of it to make that happen, nothing less than that. And it was for me like, a dream that we saw, and we could see that more and more pop up. And it was emotional at the same time. It was fun. Um, I had an opportunity to talk to a lot of the owners, and later I found out that all the owners that I would say I talked to 4 billionaires under the same roof that I never saw in my lifetime. So there was a lot of money involved and a lot of passion for cricket, and I think everyone had few suggestions. I have given that to Giselle and Brandon, what others was looking at it, and also like Venu Piskey is the new chair of the Cricket USA, and that is good because the staff has a good working relationship now with them, and it'll only take this forward in a positive direction. That's all from me.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson.
That's a hard act to follow, Mr. Garamella. The cricket tournament has truly been an all hands on deck, and it was amazing to see how our small town was globally received. I went to a business meeting in Philadelphia last week, and one of the people that I work with said, "Hey, I heard there's a Morrisville cricket tournament. That is so cool. How do you feel about that?" And I was like, "You know about our cricket tournament?" So it was beyond our borders, not only with the cricket universe, but this woman is not a cricket player. She doesn't follow cricket, but she does understand the importance of small towns working together to kind of raise that bar. So well done. My favorite moment of the cricket tournament was shamefully the little robot that ran around the field, capturing all those important moments. I don't think I've ever seen such a cool little way to not be disruptive to the play or to the visibility of the audience, but to capture those really important moments. So I was really feeling like we were a big deal, just kind of with all of the elements together. So thank you to staff. Thank you to everyone from the community that is supportive of this, and watch out for next year. We're going to be pretty awesome. And then, of course, I have to close with my favorite event of the year, which is Morrisville, happening August 10th. I don't know why it's my favorite event, but I've always thought it was really cool that we could change our name at our next council meeting on August 8th to Morrisville on the 10th. And we have some really good treats in store. So more on that next time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Cawley? Mayor, are you still with us? No? Okay, all right. If he comes back, we'll come back around. And Councilmember Robati. we have Mayor Colley?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I was right after Councilman Member Scroggs Johnson. I also am looking forward to Morrisville. I want to relay my thanks, as everyone did, to our staff for putting on such a world-class event. I definitely plan to attend next year, and perhaps we'll have another large event of even bigger caliber next year as well. So thank you all very much.
Okay, thank you. All right, up next we have 2 work sessions. The first is an affordable housing plan implementation phase 2, and the second is our town center development agreement overview. And both are about 90 minutes. So
I'd suggest going ahead and taking the break now.
thank you. We'll take a, can we do a 10-minute break? Does that sound good? Okay, how about we do, it is 7:17 on the clock up here, because we have different times in this room. How about we come back at 7:30, and we're going to meet down at the table for the work sessions. Okay, thank you. When we're getting closer to the 90-minute mark, I'll check in with everybody. We'll see how we're doing, and then we'll hopefully maybe end this by 9 o'clock so we can move on to the next item. Does that sound fair? Okay. Councilmember Rao, I think they want you on this side of the table. They want us all on this side so we have a lot of slides to go through, and it'll be important that we all see them. You won't be able to see them. Thank you. All right. All right, Danielle Kittredge is going to take us through this. Danielle, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, I guess
Thank
I'm
you.
used to sitting on the other side, so I'll kind of do this little backwards here. We are just quick. Oh, they have these table ones, if that's okay. So just a quick recap of where we're at. We've been to you a few different times with some affordable housing items. We are now moving into phase 2. And this is based on the direction for an incentive policy guide, as well as the down payment assistance program framework. And we do have Sarah Kirk again with us from HRNA to help on a few of those items. I did want to take a moment here to stop at the slide. We do have 90 minutes set aside. There are a lot of items. We have four things to talk about today. So in terms of process, we'll go through a short presentation for each, gather some feedback, and then move on to the next item. In terms of, and I guess one thing to mention is we have sort of our 3 standard items. The 4th item on here is follow-up from the July 12th work session with Wake County. So I did want to mention that that's going to fall near the end. I'm going to ask for a little bit of feedback on that. If we do feel like there is more time that's needed, we also have the option to add a 30 minutes to the August 8th meeting to continue that. So I wanted to put that out there as well. And then I also wanted to, generally we don't talk about staff recommendations right up front, but because of some of the, I'm going to call it a little bit change in trajectory based on that meeting, we do have, in terms of like the public employee down payment assistance program and the donation of lots for affordable home ownership, that there may be some continued discussion on those following some conversations with Wake County. But staff did put a recommendation to proceed as presented with the incentive policy guide, so I did want to mention that as well. And then I'll go ahead and jump into our first item, which I'll turn over to Sarah.
Great. So the first item, thank you, Danielle, is what started as the UDO incentives for affordable housing. As Danielle mentioned, we had brought several proposals to council over a couple of different sessions. We had definite interest in using increased building heights as a potential incentive for affordable housing, but didn't find enough other potential incentives on the multifamily side that would allow for sort of a clear and consistent ability to support affordable housing through incentives, particularly given shifts in the market around the types of development that you're likely to be seeing. We're seeing increased feasibility of mid-rise housing, but that's not quite there yet. So that's part of where we got to with the multifamily. On the single-family side, we talked about reducing lot sizes. We talked about incorporating some townhome development, and we talked about donating lots to affordable housing developers. All of those were things that were the town council was interested in, but we found that there wasn't necessarily likely to be enough volume of new single-family development or new larger subdivisions to justify or to make it worth the town's effort to go through a UDO amendment process. And so with that in mind, we put forth the proposal last time and agreed to move forward rather than modifying and amending the town's UDO to put together a policy for negotiation with affordable housing developers. Another factor in that was the fact that so much development is happening by right in Morrisville. And so we wanted to make sure that we allow that to continue, but invite developers who might be interested in providing some affordability, or again, as the market shifts and maybe there's less development that's happening by right, provide an opportunity for the town to negotiate for some affordability as part of broader negotiation packages with developers. So I know Danielle wanted to speak to this one a little bit. Or did you?
Oh, no, I'm good on this one.
Okay,
Yes.
great. So,
Oh, yes. Do you want us to ask questions, or do you want to wait?
Let's, if we can do, the overview of the package, and then we can do questions.
We have a very brief presentation. I know we've been talking a lot at you over the last several meetings, so the goal here is to briefly walk you through what we have and then invite discussion. That's perfect.
And what we're talking about now, too, I did put a handout. Attachment 1 is what we'll be talking about right now, so I did print that for reference.
So the things that I really want to be clear about on what we have here with this policy guide is the town is not committing to anything. The town is saying we are interested in supporting the development of affordable housing as a part of the development that happens here. We want to invite you to bring us your proposals, whether it's 100% affordable, whether it's mixed income. Come talk to us about how we can make affordable housing feasible for you. And we, as a part of a broader set of negotiations around whether it's building height, whether it's, setbacks, whatever the things are that might help to make an individual project work, we want to talk to you about that and how we can find something that works for you, the developer, and also helps us to meet our goals. So it's not a strict this many units for this much density. It sets some goals of the types of housing that the town wants to see, and provides some information to developers about the types of incentives that the town might be willing to provide. But it does not commit the town to anything, and it's really meant to be an entry point and an invitation to discussion and negotiation. Any questions about that much so far? Does that sound like it's advancing based on where we got last time? Great, okay. So we have then provided policy guidance for both rental and homeownership opportunities. Targeting rental affordability, the stated goal is to support the production of units that are affordable to renters at 60% of the area median income, whereas with homeownership targeting 80%. Again, those are starting points. Those are goals that are stated in the policy document. It does not preclude a developer from coming in and saying, I'd love to provide some 80% AMI rental units, and can we talk about how to do that? But it's a starting point based on where the greatest need and opportunity is for the town. Yeah, go ahead.
I have a question. Could that still include, like what I was talking about earlier, negotiating reduced number of parking spaces?
I think anything that the town is willing to put on the table can be put on the table under this, but you're not starting out by saying, we'd love to reduce parking in order to help you meet this affordability goal. We're saying, we're offering certain incentives, particularly building height or density. If you want to talk about parking, the town can decide to be open to talking about that or not, depending on the particulars of the project. And is that basically?
Yeah, and on the back side, based on the discussions that we've had, we put together the things that town council seemed potentially most interested in willing to negotiate on. This is not an end-all list. If there are other types of things, but when we do present and publicly make this available to developers, that these are areas of interest where they might be willing to give a little bit in order to balance, because the goal of it is there is a cost to be able to do affordable housing, so they have to reduce the cost somewhere else to be able to net the similar or same profit.
But it seemed to me that what we got out of the Wake County discussion was that there doesn't necessarily have to be a cost to the developer to do affordable housing. It seemed like that was their whole point.
And we can add that to whenever we go back to kind of the recap of the discussion with Wake County. I'll be asking for different types of clarification and feedback as well. And that is one item that I can get more information about in terms of their approach to it. But generally, there is some type of other mechanisms involved. But you asked me more.
So I wasn't finished with what.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think we should revisit the parking as a negotiating point for affordable housing because and you may already know more about this than I do, but the little bit of research that I did was, I mean, this is something that a lot of other cities are looking at, and they found that that the required parking is a major impediment to providing housing affordability, and that a lot of cities are getting rid of their parking requirements, and it also addresses their climate and sustainability goals as well. So I don't think we should be so opposed to reducing our parking requirements. We need to be more open to it, especially for addressing affordable housing.
So can we, but yeah, before we move on, let's wrap this.
Okay.
Let's not lose this.
So-
Can we maybe in this area here say wording to the effect that these are examples, these are not the end all and be all, this is just a sample, and we could add parking to the list and some kind of wording that makes it be known that we're open to just about anything.
Yeah, add it to this bullet.
That's right, where it says available incentives.
Yeah.
These are not the end all and
We
be
can
all
absolutely add
incentives.
it.
I don't know what the correct wording is.
Right.
So
Yeah,
would
and-
that help, Donna? Does that
Yeah,
help?
I think it just should be a fourth bullet here.
Right, but
Certainly.
I don't think it's a good idea to put parking on the table when we don't have comprehensive transportation all
We
over
have
town.
we have the smart shuttle.
With the smart shuttle, but it doesn't have, there's not a comprehensive list of shops. It's not going to get to work on the
So
smart shuttle.
just because it's on the list doesn't mean we'll entertain it at that moment. It all depends. These are
Right.
things that
And
all
it may
depends
be
where,
something
when.
like 2 spaces less than what's required in order to accommodate. You know, it's saying it's on the table and we're open to talking about it
Keep an open
within
mind.
reason.
I agree with that.
And
Let's
even
try to be
we
open.
can certainly put it on here as an explicit thing that the town is willing to negotiate on. But even if it's not on this list, I think that the intention and the wording is definitely we're open to any reasonable proposals. Come talk to us about what works for you.
Okay, Vicki, thank you for being patient down here.
So, although I appreciate Councilmember Fender wanting to reduce the carbon footprint and the parking spaces, I think it's very important that we understand the population that we're trying to support. Individuals that don't have high incomes, cars are very expensive, but most importantly, they need transportation, reliable transportation to access work. So if we're going to reduce the availability of parking for their reliable transportation, we need to supplement with an option such as we could incentivize developers to add a bus stop on 1 or 2 on their properties. We could ask them to create a shuttle stop for that, because as you remove parking, there is a cost. And this population is more vulnerable to having less choices, so let's make sure that we do offer as many choices to help them support future income. So adding that to the bullets is important. So reducing, just as reducing parking, but options of adding public transportation stops would be something that we could use in our toolkit.
Again, and we can provide as much, addition, but I think the intention, again, of this policy as written and as the guidance provided to the town is exactly that. We want to be adjustable and flexible to case-by-case situations. So if this is a site that already has a high-service, high-volume bus stop nearby, or if the developer is willing to put in a bus stop on the property, then by all means, as part of this broader conversation about...
But we need to identify transportation in this as an example somehow, just so we remember it. That's my point, is like, I don't need you to say it's bus stop ABC, but Councilmember Rabati also mentioned the transportation plan. We don't have time for that tonight, but we do need to consider impact. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Rabati?
Yeah, I just was wondering, in the how can developers participate, and it says that there would be a name and a title of a person at the town of Morrisville. Should the contact person, should they go first to Wake County? Because it seemed like there's a lot of programs that will incentivize developers to put affordable housing in that, I mean, I don't want to, I get why we need to say that we're willing to negotiate and everything, but I mean, I also don't think that we need to give away the store if they're not going to be substantially harmed or harmed at all by putting in affordable housing.
Yeah, and I'll have to, as part of sort of staff actions following the Wake County meeting, the idea would be this handout and another one specifically focused on Wake County financing would be made to a developer at a pre-submittal meeting. This is helpful as expressing the town's interest in affordable housing and openness to that. We can also direct them, and they'll figure out their own package, but making sure that all this information is available. And then when we're talking about UDO incentives, a staff person at the town will be important to reach out to, that they know who to contact, if they want to kind of go that route. But we'll be providing both of that information, is the intent.
At the last meeting, one of the things that Commissioner Stalling said that really jumped out to me is that once they had a good program in place, that the developers would come and approach them a lot. And when I reviewed the Apex program, I know we haven't talked about the funding, but it really broke down that 1 cent on the tax rate and the specific things in the programs. And so the second thing, when Councilmember Rabati brought up a good point, Wake County did seem to have so many programs. So I think as long as we know that you guys are going to them and figuring out, this is what we want to do, where are the programs, for example, like the the down payment assistance for single family. They talked about, creating loans with banks for developers, all those things that can make it easier for them to go and make it happen. So that's the thing that I'm trying to figure out is, how do we go step by step by step so that we have program in place, and then we have something we can sell.
Yeah, and I think part of what we'll get into the later discussion as well is trying to help figure out what are the rest of those kind of missing pieces that we need some more information on to be able to provide you guys also with more of that well-rounded package of and some of that direction, but also making sure that we're doing a better job of connecting people with Wake County resources that may be available for affordable housing to help bridge that other side.
Are we good? So I really feel like I just need to kind of re-emphasize this. So this is not a end-all and be-all.
Right.
And it doesn't mean we'll even do any of these. And it could mean we'll do something else. It all depends on the project, the timing, the where, the what, but we're, to Councilmember Fender's point, we're saying we're open to having these discussions because affordable housing is important to us, and we're open to hearing what you can bring to the table.
Exactly.
Okay.
And I will say it's highly unlikely that certainly any fully affordable housing development is going to be even close to having this conversation with you without already having substantial public subsidy, either from the county or some other source. And so this is really about if there's a small amount of tweaking that can happen in order to make the project a little bit more feasible, how to get that last bit done. But I think certainly the town and this public document is what developers see to invite conversation. There's certainly the town can set any number of internal requirements about, did they, access whatever public funding might be available from other sources before they came to us. Those are policies that town staff can put in place as part of the negotiation internally, in order to make sure that we are, as you say, not giving away the store.
Yeah, I think that's going to be important, because I think we all were excited about hearing that when we had that meeting with Wake County. It was a very good meeting, so good. Thank you for saying that. That's good. Sorry, go ahead, Satish. The button.
Oh.
Okay, you're on.
I want to ask, what is 60% AMI in means of dollars for Morrisville?
So we have that on the back here, but the area median income in Wake County is, for a 4-person household, is pretty close to 100,000, so it's about 60,000. But it depends by the household number. So a 3 or 4-person household, you're talking about between $60,000 and $70,000 of income in a year.
So are we using Wake County as the median or Morrisville as a median?
So area median income is a HUD-defined standard for affordability that is defined at the county level.
Okay, then why was previously, when we had affordable housing, or the consultant who came from Washington D.C., he was using numbers which were related to Morrisville instead of Wake County, because we had a higher AMI compared to the county level.
You have a higher median income compared to the county. Yes. So again, I think we've been over this, but it's been a little while. Median income for the town, yes, is a bit higher than median income for the county. That said, every affordable housing program at the county level, at the state level, at the federal level uses AMI as a qualifying threshold. And it's a sort of a standard to recognize, what is moderate income, what is low income, what is extremely low income. And it's also, I think when we did our analysis of who has access to rental housing in Morrisville, we looked at approximate income bands based on area median income and found that 60% of the area median income in Morrisville was where there was, a gap for renters. So really that's just the standard we've been using to benchmark incomes and need throughout this whole project.
Which is actually good for Morrisville, because when you're using a county-wide, it actually helps. It helps Morrisville, actually, instead of other way around. Okay.
And I think,
whether you call it 60% of the area median income or some other percent of Morrisville's median income, it's still that households at and around and below $60,000 of income have trouble finding rental housing in Morrisville.
Absolutely.
It's the same people.
Exactly.
So, and if we, and I'm saying this, but you tell me if I'm right or wrong, but if we're going to partner with Wake County through this whole process, then we need to use their terminology, because their federal funding, the money they get, requires them to use the AMI that HUD is requiring them to use.
That's exactly right.
And so we need to do the same in order to partner and get a share of that money, which is Wake County money that is available to the town of Morrisville, because we're in Wake County, and we need to tap into that. So,
yes.
Okay. That's helpful.
Thank you.
Should we move on to the single-family side of things? Or is there more discussion on the multifamily?
and I'll do a recap at the end too for what changes, but we'll go ahead and talk about the next one.
Great. So very similar in terms of the intent of the policy here. Slight differences. The goal here is to serve households, create homeownership opportunities for households at or below 80% of the area median income, and that's just again because of sort of what's actually attainable for households in Morrisville, where the home prices are. It's very expensive to help a 60% AMI household into homeownership, whereas households around 80% of the area median income just need that extra bit of assistance. Excuse me. the town can, if it's interested, negotiate for first right of refusal or other restrictions. Well, first right of refusal is really the primary vehicle through which the town might be able to, if the home is sold to an income qualified home buyer, and then 5 years down the line, 8 years down the line becomes available again, the town could negotiate having the first right of refusal to buy that home and then sell it to another income qualified home buyer if that was something you were interested in. Not required. That's just another negotiating point that could be requested. The primary regulatory concessions that we looked at were very similar, almost identical to the ones that we talked about previously. So allowing some increased density, allowing some reduction in minimum lot size, allowing some construction of townhomes. And then again, this is a situation where it can be negotiated on a case-by-case basis, any kind of other requirements that the town is interested in as part of this larger package to meet the town's development goals. And additionally, the developer could be invited to either develop the homes themselves and sell them to an income qualified home buyer, or donate land to a developer of affordable home ownership properties.
Your feedback slide.
How would they approach us for that kind of thing? Is it they start before or later? If I were a developer, then when should they come to the table?
So the intention here is that if the developer has, they're looking for some sort of entitlements or approvals from the town, or they have a project that's in its early stages, they have they have plans in place, it doesn't quite align with the town's zoning necessarily, or they want to do something with affordable housing and want to talk to the town about how to make that work, that would be the point at which they would come. I mean, they can certainly come earlier than that and talk to staff and begin conversations before they're at that point of looking for entitlements. But up until the point where we're talking about if we need a variance, if we need a rezoning, if we need some other kind of entitlements, that would be the time at which sort of final negotiations would be taking place.
And will that still go through a rezoning, or if they satisfy the certain criteria, like the planning director has, a certain set of rule sets that you go through it, then they don't come for rezoning. So are we incentivizing them, like if any of the affordable housing policies are met, that is one incentive that you don't have to come in front of?
No, because it's not recorded in the UDO. So if under other circumstances they would need a rezoning, under this policy they would still need a rezoning. If under other circumstances they would need a variance or some other kind of discretionary approval, they would still need that discretionary approval. However, they would have worked with staff to say, we're asking for this approval, we've agreed to this set of additional affordability and whatever other points have been negotiated with staff, and we feel that this is in line with the town's goals, both for land use and for affordability and for transportation and whatever else is on the table.
They fit by right, and they're trying to do it, and then these things will be helpful for them too.
Yes, that's part of why we didn't recommend moving forward with the UDO amendment, because, yeah, if it is by right and they come in and negotiate some of this stuff, need, for instance, a building height increase, it's no longer a by right project. So that would be then something that added to the development time of that project. But because there wasn't, most of the developments that we were seeing weren't requiring those discretionary approvals anyway, it didn't make sense to record a specific policy in the UDO, and instead to invite this discussion, knowing that it might end up complicating the approvals process, but hopefully that having had extensive conversations with town staff in advance of coming up for that rezoning, that there would be a reasonable expectation that they would receive the approvals that they're looking for.
So can I ask a question about the first right of refusal?
Sure.
I'm trying to understand that, wrap my head around that. You're talking about the affordable units that are in that development, the town, when the buyer goes to sell it, we would have the first right of refusal to buy those?
You could negotiate that as part of the agreement. You wouldn't have to.
I'm trying to figure out how that, so the idea is then to try to keep it affordable.
Yes.
And not let it go at some fair market
Right.
rate.
Well, the town would still buy it at a fair market rate from the home buyer.
Okay, yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to understand. Why would we buy it then? If it's gonna go out at a fair market value, then it,
It would be a form of public subsidy for the town to buy it at fair market value and sell it again at below
got
market
it,
value.
okay, got it.
I'm just saying,
Okay.
if the town is interested in extending affordability of those homes, or making sure that there continues to be a home available for affordable homeownership, that you could negotiate that right.
Got it, okay, I'm sorry, Councilmember Rubin.
I was just going to say that this relates to actually the right of first refusal. I think that we should do everything possible to reduce the amount of things that we have to administer, that we have to touch, really. And one of those, a good example of those is the right of first refusal. So I think that if there's a way that we can say that they have to sell to another qualified home buyer or something like that, okay, how about, can we say that Wake County would have, some Wake County program would have right of first refusal? Because what I don't want is to sell a buyer a home at $400,000 or wherever I saw that number, and then have to turn around and pay $600,000 for it, because basically on the homeowner's timeline, because when they want to move is when, if we have right of first refusal, we would have to buy the house and turn around and buy that house at fair market value of $600,000 and then sell it again for $400,000 like that. To me, I just don't think that's something, like, I would like to figure out another way to keep a single family home as an affordable home.
Without public subsidy, it is very difficult to keep any home in permanent affordability or long-term affordability.
Okay.
You have very little control over how it gets sold on the free market. Now, whether the town could partner with Wake County, with a nonprofit, and extend that first right of refusal is something that I think the town could explore. I think it's a legal issue that I'm not going to weigh in on the exact nuances of in North Carolina and how to do that. I think it would likely have some legal challenges, but I can't speak to the legality of it in North Carolina. But if the town is interested, first of all, you would have no obligation to buy the home when it became available. You would just have the option. Right. And you certainly, again, don't ever have to negotiate this on any property ever. But if the town is interested in creating longer-term affordable homeownership opportunities at some point, public subsidy has to come into it, whether it's now or down the line.
Yeah, and so I guess what I'm saying is that I think that if there's a way to figure out that the public subsidy does not have to come from Morrisville, I would like to explore absolutely every avenue there. And because the thing is that with a right of first refusal, what is going to happen is that eventually all the houses are going to get sold at fair market value. Like, we're not keeping a stock of affordable houses in the town, and I don't think that's what we want.
Well, that's why you see a lot of affordable housing and rental units. It's easier to keep that stock than it is single-family homes.
Yes.
That's why Wake County started with rentals. They started because it's you can, I don't want to use the wrong terminology, you can keep those in inventory for a period of time. You can't with single-family homes.
And again, if you are not putting any public subsidy in it, you're not creating a permanently or a long-term affordable home, but you are helping a new household access home ownership, build wealth, hopefully stay in the community for the longer term. And I'll also say, in the situation where lots are donated to a nonprofit developer, those nonprofit developers of affordable home ownership frequently provide below market financing, which creates an incentive to keep the homeowner in the home, and they also frequently exercise or request a first right of refusal when the home becomes available. So I would say leveraging available nonprofit partners where possible is a way to do that, and that could be something within the policy as written that the town could express a preference for those donation to a nonprofit developer as opposed to developing the unit and selling it to an income qualified buyer.
And that's a Habitat for Humanity kind of situation.
Similar, yeah.
Okay. All right.
And just an aside, we have a couple of Habitat for Humanity homes here that were built back in 2010, 2011 timeframe. And the last time I looked, the original owners are still living in those homes. And I can't tell you how that makes me so happy. It's fabulous.
Because Habitat provides below market interest rates for their mortgages, they're able to afford more home than they were if they were to go out and get a mortgage from somebody else. So there is an incentive there to stay in the home as long as the home works for that household. But again, that's because there is a subsidy in the home and in the form of that below market mortgage. So that is the most straightforward way to make these homes more affordable for longer periods of time.
And that's one data point that we're looking for next point. At the beginning of that meeting, when Wake County provided the data saying that there's 1,100 homeowners that are paying 30% or more of their income on housing. But I know that you presented our planning and zoning board before, and the reason I'm bringing this up is if the public is listening, the way we're defining affordable housing is, the way I look at it is, any successful program would reduce that number from 1,100 to less.
Yeah.
But, and just full disclosure, I've watched the P&Z, I've attended some of the meetings. There's individuals that in the public that say, we don't have affordable housing. So I think it's important for whatever program we develop that we actually say what we're trying to achieve, right? Just reducing that.
Great.
Sarah, if I could, just before we move away from the slide, because the conversation had moving on.
Michelle, you need that microphone.
Thank you.
Just before we moved on, because the conversation does seem to be continuing into other areas, just wanted to make sure that we got feedback from council on the types of concessions that you're comfortable with. Because we are going to take this policy document and your feedback and be negotiating with developers who want to be doing that in good faith and bringing a package to all of you that we think could be supported. So particularly on some of the slides before this, there were some examples, even some thresholds, say giving on tree preservation, going from 20% to 15%. So council could look at some of those examples, and if there's anything that you don't believe you would support or that you have questions about, it would be helpful for us to know that.
Okay, can we put that slide up then? I don't.
Yeah, just a slide before that. This one.
Yeah, this one's on the home ownership, and so what we have, what we presented to the public is, in this particular, on the second page, and we do have, reduction in minimum lot sizes, density bonus, and that density bonus, and then the allowance for a percentage of a subdivision for single family, in a single family subdivision to be townhomes. And those are like the three main items that we talked about before. And then for the multifamily, there was density bonus, height bonus, reduction in tree protection requirements. And we also heard, adding in potentially reduced parking as long as there's maybe some other type of balance and transportation needs for that.
I don't see many developers taking advantage of this option, the homeownership. There's probably many opportunities.
Yeah, and I think that was one of the reasons too we left it as sort of this open invitation for creative ideas, because it was hard to craft one thing that would fit for a lot of properties.
Exactly. I have to say that I'd be unlikely to support a height bonus.
I'm sorry, say again?
A height bonus, like go up one or two more floors. I've got to say, that would be a bitter pill for me. Yeah. Like put on another floor, add more apartments. I mean, that has the disadvantage of more apartments and higher buildings. I would have a tough time with that. I'm only one vote, but you asked what we'd be likely to support.
Would that matter to you where it is, though?
I mean, in the transit-oriented development area, we're already saying that there's going to be significant height variance from what's already allowed. If we're talking about adding more height on top of that, I'm still going to have a problem. Sorry.
If the density, if they still met the same density requirement, for example, if it was medium density residential and they had that zoning, and they didn't want to go to high density residential, but you allowed them an extra height, extra story to be able to fit everything onto a project, would something like that be okay, or it is just the overall just increase in height? And I'm just making sure, just so it helps staff in terms of understanding.
For me, it's the overall difference in height. I think we've allowed for height in the places where it's okay, where we said we were going to do that, and I think we already are planning to allow quite a bit of height there, and I don't necessarily want to go for more.
Yeah, just piggybacking on that, I'm okay with the height because we have RDU next to us that will restrict the height either way. And also, like, let's be honest, if we have to do, it has to be cost effective for them. And for us, like with Morrisville, only 8 square miles, we have to go up. That's the only, it's like we're almost done with our land and the redevelopment. Only thing that can happen is go up. Not saying that, we don't even have zoned most of the redevelopment, what will come up with that. But my question here on this slide is more about, not the other one.
Yeah, go back to the other one.
Yeah. The other slide is, we give all these incentives, right? So what does it quantify to the developer? You do say, suppose 20% affordable units. Do they have to do all or some? Like what is the equation? What I'm trying
There
to
isn't
say?
an equation. This is meant to be a guide for case-by-case negotiation.
And how would that case-by-case negotiation quantify to what? Is it just pure negotiation at that time, or is it like, okay, so for suppose they are not taking advantage or for the setbacks, and they have taken care of they have taken advantage of 3 of the 4. What does that equate to in terms of affordability of that?
Again, we've set a goal that 20% of units for rental would be affordable at 60% of AMI, and for homeownership that 20% of units would be affordable at 80% of AMI, but again, that is a starting point. The intention is, because developers do give up some of the return on a potential return on the development. They make less money off of developing affordable or mixed income housing than they would off of full market rate. So the intention is to offset that loss by allowing more units or lower development costs or something else that then brings it back into balance. That's going to be on a case-by-case basis, and it's going to be the job of town staff to work with the developers to negotiate the best package that meets the developer's needs or their thresholds for return, while also addressing the town's policies around affordability, transportation, et cetera, to the best of their ability.
So then the question to the staff is, are we equipped for that kind of a negotiation, or do you have to fall back on who are experts in these things?
I think in terms of the high level and understanding, because there may be cases too based on the size of the development, whether it's 10 units or 300 units, that's where they start getting into where things what might work a little bit better for them versus not working for them. And we can also put in, I guess potentially too, if there's some type of pro forma or something that we need to be able to see a little bit more information to be comfortable too with, that what they're asking for helps us achieve that goal, keeping in mind, the desires of the town council and the type of, aesthetic of the community too, and needs for different items.
Yeah, the reason I ask is like the previous slide, which is 30 years, the 2 that we have done rezoning in Morrisville is, I think, 10% and 20 years. So when I asked Carrie, especially Laurie Bush, she said, they did 30 years and a higher percentage. So I thought, like, we just across the street, like, how did we miss that,
And I think we didn't have any type of, really anything to work with or to go off of, and it was something that the developer said that they were willing to do or wanted to do with regard to those. So now that we're talking about, have some different types of standards, things that we're asking, this is what the town is interested in, how can we make that work?
And so to get back to Councilman Garamo's, our staff is able to handle this. They can handle the negotiation. And so I would tell you, getting back to let's be open to everything, I would say I put this all out there and just say to them, you come and, present your best case, and council is the one that will make the final decision. So we'll decide whether we're comfortable or not, if the location is right or not. So I kind of want to make sure that we get something in the door. So I'm open to letting them kind of see and hear all this and then come in with what they've got, and we'll negotiate and work it out and hopefully get to a product.
Exactly. Should we move to next steps, or is there more conversation?
So I did want to also, I can recap some of these and see if there is any other, final feedback on it, because what I did want to do is be able to incorporate any final feedback into this document, bring it back to town council for adoption in terms of being able to then share it for the public, and that we would integrate it into our development review process. But it is something that I want you to be comfortable with. And what I've heard, and correct me if we want any additional changes on this, in terms of the available incentives, we would say these are examples of things that we're willing to talk more about. In the multifamily, as long as everyone's comfortable, and putting reduced parking, but supplementing it with something that would offset that, like public transportation, if that works for that particular property. And then I did hear, some potentially maybe adding something in here that says we could express interest for someone to donate lots to a nonprofit affordable housing developer, and that we could say that that's something we're interested in seeing if it works for your project for the home ownership. So I know I added a lot of stuff in there. Was there anything else that you heard about?
Good.
Is there anything else we want to change or don't like any of the things I added?
Yeah. In regards to donating land, like lots for Habitat for Humanity, how does the HOS take in place? Because you have set standards that the entire HOA has, and by their building, does that have to retain those standards that the HOA has set, or is there an exempt for that? Because, example, put up a lot in Preston, it has to match the neighboring of how it is.
This would usually apply to, I don't want to say no, but this would usually apply to developments that are larger or outside of a HOA.
Okay.
Or where there's a new HOA being put in place, so all that, those kind of regulations could be negotiated from the start. I'm not going to say there's not going to be somebody who has 3 to 5 lots in an HOA that wants to talk about this, and I think that would have to be part of the discussion.
Okay. Thank you.
Planning Director Stiegel has a comment.
And just to weigh in on that a little bit, because we're talking about HOAs, it made me think of ADUs, which are a very popular way to meet affordable housing goals. They're permitted by our UDO, but we don't see them because of the HOA restrictions. So there are some other communities, Apex, for example, that when they are working through the conditional rezoning process, are starting to negotiate and see conditions that HOAs cannot restrict ADUs.
Yeah, that's the
That's
reason
good.
I wanted it coming from the covenant.
That's good.
You said HOA cannot restrict what?
Accessory dwelling units.
Accessory
Accessory dwelling
units.
units.
We've allowed them for 12, 15 years. No one's
It's
ever
like a
built
mother-in-law unit or a secondary unit that's on the same property.
like a mother-in-law unit in the back.
Is there any additional comments on this document?
No, but we need to move because we have 3 more sections.
Mayor Pro Tem?
We have 20 more slides. Yes.
Mayor Cawley had a comment, I apologize.
Oh, no, Mayor Colley had a comment.
He wanted me to read the comment. He said he is not supportive of considering reduction of tree preservation as an incentive for affordable housing.
Thank you.
I don't know if we want, are we still okay keeping things on the list, or?
Okay,
still
I'm
open to-
good with that. Is everybody good? We're good? Do I hear head nods? Can we move forward? We're okay?
Yes.
Okay, yes. I saw head nods and everybody's good. If not, say so. Speak up right now.
All right, so the next item that we'll move into, and I will do just the first slide on that, is the Public Employee Down Payment Assistance Program. This was just a quick recap of how we got to, we were talking about this public employee housing choice program. We were looking at down payment assistance as one of the options. There was interest to support home ownership. So this particular down payment assistance that we'll talk about next came out of that. And then all the other types of options that we talked about, we had talked about a shared equity, and then there was interest for land donation partnership. So that will be the third section that we talk about, some land donation options. But I just wanted to recap some of the discussion that happened previously and how we got to where we were and where we are. And Sarah will do the rest of the presentation on this one. There are just two main slides, so if we can have her go through those two main slides with the main components of what's being proposed. Also, your attachment 2 is the full document that was printed out for you, so you have that to look at as well.
So, following our last conversation, we worked with town staff to design a down payment assistance program for public employees in Morrisville. The recommendation is to pilot a 5-year program to help income-qualified public employees access homeownership in Morrisville. We're qualifying income at 100% of the area median income. Previously, we've talked a little bit about 80%. We set it at 100% in large part because that's, those are still households that would likely have difficulty accessing homeownership in Morrisville, or that may, choose to live elsewhere, but that a financial incentive might help them purchase homes in Morrisville instead. The goal of this pilot would be to serve 3 to 5 households a year. It would cost about $500,000 annually. And the recommendation is to provide down payment assistance equivalent to 20% of the home purchase price up to a maximum loan of $100,000, with some allowance for increasing home prices in the later years of the pilot. We talked a little bit about a shared appreciation loan last time. What we're recommending is a 1 to 2% deferred interest loan so that the town does recapture both the initial loan amount and some accrued interest at the sale of the home. A deferred interest means that the borrower is not making any interest payments during their tenure in the home, but when they sell, any interest accrued on that loan would be paid back along with the principal out of the proceeds of the sale. The reason why we've recommended a deferred interest loan as opposed to a shared appreciation loan is that the returns are comparable, and the administrative costs of setting up a shared appreciation loan, particularly for something at a scale like this, are far out of proportion to the scale of the program. So there's a lot more complexity, and really because of that complexity, you would need to pay a nonprofit administrator a lot more money and almost certainly allow them to keep the loan balance when it was repaid. So this is the best way for the town to recoup its investment with some return and then be able to put that back into additional affordable housing programs or other town priorities. We can go to the next slide. Some other terms, and I'm happy to talk through, there's a full term sheet in the attachment that you all have. The idea is that this home would be intended for use as the buyer's primary residence. It can be layered with other down payment assistance program, and generally the terms have been set to align with first mortgage lender requirements. One of the main things on program administration, particularly because of the scale of the pilot that's recommended, in order to minimize startup costs, in order to streamline the town's efforts to get this rolling, and maximize the potential impacts of the pilot, we recommended that the town identify a nonprofit partner to administer the fund, and preferably a nonprofit partner that is already operating a similar program using Wake County funds or other funding sources, and that can use the same intake process, the same loan documents, et cetera. It would save significantly on the startup costs of the program, help the town really just put in its own pool of funding for its own pool of borrowers within an existing program, in order to kind of start to see some impacts and then, toward the end of the pilot program, evaluate how that's going and determine how best to move forward. So that, at a high level, is the program that is recommended. I'm happy to talk about any of the terms in more detail, but do you want to speak to?
Yeah, and I was going to add just a couple more things to that, based on the conversation with Wake County as well and some opportunities with potential partnerships. I know the $100,000 seems like a lot on here, and where can we leverage different money? So I think one of the things that will be, I guess, probably very soon conversation to happen with Wake County as well. So I think one of the things to kind of focus on is also the framework that's set up here in terms of whether, the deferred interest loan, the AMI levels being served, kind of the administrative approach to that. And then I do have two kind of additional questions. I know I'm putting a lot of different things to comment on here as well. Something that we did not specifically address in here that kind of came up as comments that I did want to get feedback on is if there's any provisions that we would like to include for minimum amount of time someone has to have been employed with, whether it is the town or Wake County Schools before they can apply to this program, and then whether or not there is interest in some type of penalty if someone does apply to the program, get funding, and then they leave their place of employment after a month just because there is concern that maybe someone just gets employed somewhere to take advantage of what is being offered to them. They would still, the way that the program, I guess another item to mention too, the way that the program framework is put together as well is just people do move positions and do change, that we are not looking at any type of immediate repay back. Say someone came to the town, became part of the program, 3 years later they decide to leave, that would not trigger automatic repayment. It would just be at the time of the sale of the house. So my question is more specifically, someone goes in the program, they leave a month later, is there some type of penalty, or is it someone else in need is being served? So that is another question to consider as well on that, and we would look for any types of general feedback related to these, as well as questions about some of the framework setup.
We've got lots of questions.
Yes.
So Councilmember Fender, go ahead, you were first.
Okay, I've got 3 questions. What is the AMI again?
100%.
No, what's the amount?
So it's for a 4-person household, it is 90,000.
90,000.
Oh, that's 80% of the area median income. No, it's pretty close to 100,000, I'm sorry.
Okay, so good. And then why 20% down payment? Because I'm just thinking if we did it a little bit less, we could help more people.
And I will say there is an income table at the back here. It's $113,000 for a 4-person household, $102,000 for a 3-person household. 20% of the area median income, generally in a 20% of the home purchase price. Sorry. Generally, a couple of reasons. We did the numbers that we showed back in March. We looked at the gap between what a household is likely to be able to afford to borrow and what the cost of housing is in Morrisville, and that was pretty close to 20%. And the second reason is because generally with a program like this, when possible, we want to help people avoid paying PMI.
Okay. And then nonprofit. So if we partnered with a nonprofit, what's an example of a nonprofit that we would partner?
So for instance, I believe DHIC is currently running Wake County's program. DHIC.
Okay. And feedback, I'm open to other ideas, other comments, but yeah, I think there needs to be some stipulation, like needs to be an employee for a year before being eligible, and needs to be some sort of stipulation after they get into the program of, I don't know if it's 6 months, a year, or whatever. But yeah, not quit after a month, after maybe.
Okay, all done?
Yep.
Councilmember Abadi's next.
I think a year is exactly what I was going to say, the employed for a year. And I don't necessarily think, I think they should be employed for a certain amount of time, but just out of curiosity, what would happen if the person left after a month? Like, they wouldn't have to sell their house?
Oh, no, I mean, nothing would essentially happen. The program, they would still have, I mean, they borrowed a loan, and so they would just repay that back when they sell their house. So there would, and it's whether or not we want to introduce some type of penalty, because part of it being a public employee program, and there's also whether or not they just went to another, public agency as well. And if anyone felt strongly about that we could add some type of provision.
You don't want to create. I mean, you don't want to create a situation where somebody's now out of their home, right, or borrowing more than they can afford in order to stay in their home. I think a penalty. You could talk about a penalty as just sort of a fee penalty of some sort, but I think the idea would mostly be that they're signing an agreement at purchase, saying I understand that there will be this penalty, and so they have in their head that they have a 6-month period.
I mean, I think that should be. I'd like to see that honestly be a little bit longer with some kind of, like humanity sort of thing. Like if somebody dies, and they're moving back to like the family or something like that. But if they just like, I mean, I would like to see people stay with the town like 2 or 3 years. If we just basically help them to buy a house, I think that's, I'd like to see some loyalty there. No.
So there are some challenges, but we can talk about how best to structure it. I think, there's all, as you say, there's all number of things that could happen that could mean that somebody's employment no longer makes sense in a way that was not foreseen at the time. But, we can talk about whether it's something that maybe steps down over the course of a couple of years, something like that. Again, the intention is to prevent people from taking advantage of the system.
Right.
Of course, yeah.
And so my only other question is on the primary residence there. I would also I would hope that employees of the town would use this program to move into town. I would love that. But I do think that not only should it be their primary residence, I think it should be their only residence. Like I don't want to see somebody moving from like Clayton into a home in Morrisville that we essentially help them pay for and then be renting out their other house. I don't think that's fair to the other people that would be.
We can add a term that indicates that they can't own any other property.
I think that would be. Yeah. I think that'd be okay. That's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Garamella?
What does Wake County use?
I'm sorry?
What does Wake County use for their penalties?
Right now,
They don't. I'm sorry, Wake County's down payment assistance program is not for employees, so they don't have that policy question.
Yeah, but they do have something like 50,000. They give max of 50,000, and if you leave within X number of years, you got to give back. They have that kind of a criteria.
I believe that's because their down payment assistance is forgivable, which the town's program, the program that we've designed here, is not.
Okay.
So if at any point the home buyer sells their home, they would be paying back the full loan amount. Whereas in a forgivable loan situation, over time, the amount that has to be repaid goes down.
Okay. All right. So I did not know that, but that's. Then the other question is, suppose it's a family, like a single person, like is eligible to buy a house. They leave the job after a year or two, get a very high income, and or basically get married and their AMI is higher, or sublet their house for rent. The idea is all possible, but the true essence of why we are doing it, how can we safeguard those things?
There's not a lot. I mean, I think we've set the repayment events as repayment will be due upon sale or cash out refinancing or upon the maturity of the loan. We could add a repayment event if the home is no longer being used as the household's primary residence. If you've moved out and are using it for income, then yeah, you have to pay your loan back.
No, I get that part. Like suppose
we could add that.
Take example me, like I'm staying and I had 2 bedrooms. I'm renting it out. And that basically 2 bedrooms at Morrisville is like pretty much paying my mortgage.
Yeah.
So I'm not selling my house.
Right.
So technically, is that allowed or?
As currently written, yes, but we can very easily add moving out of the home as a repayment event.
I think he's thinking that someone would still live in the home, but then they would have roommates and rent to roommates. And I don't know that.
That's
we
what's
can
happening in
regulate
Morrisville a
that.
lot in these
But I
days.
mean, in that situation, you're still helping a public employee access homeownership, build wealth, and live in the town. So
I think that. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think we want to prevent that. You're still helping someone
No, he's not.
build equity.
But he's no longer a town employee. I'm saying that.
I thought you were just.
No, after
talking about-
yeah. No, as long as a town employee, we don't really care what they're doing. After a year, they quit and they're doing all these things to just take advantage of what we are having. Then.
I mean, they're still going to have to pay the loan back with interest whenever they sell.
Okay.
But at a really reduced interest rate.
Right.
So,
Yes.
yeah. So, I mean, that's the point.
I
We're
hear
trying
you.
to-
It's
I'm trying to.
yeah.
use the
I hear
Sherlock
you, and
Holmes
I'm
kind of
thinking
pen.
about it.
I think it's a challenging situation to navigate.
Yeah.
How to regulate that and then how to.
It's not try to micromanage at the same time. People come up with all creative ideas that we say, like we could have done this. That's all. it is.
Generally, whether it's because of rental income or a new job or something else, generally programs like this would not recertify people's incomes 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line.
That's the point. Right? They want to research one time, then.
Sorry, it took me a minute to understand what you were getting at.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Scoggins Johnson.
Thank you. Okay, turn my mic on again. From the discussion, what I'm hearing is that there's entrance criteria and there's exit criteria. The entrance criteria is qualifying if you have been employed under the conditions laid out in the policy for either a town of Morrisville or a school employee of the multitude of schools that we have within our jurisdiction. I see the entrance criteria for me similar to the other council members of having an employment of 1 year. This 1 year mark is similar to some benefit qualifications that, a lot of different, 401ks, just different. 1 year of employment usually is a benchmark.
Sure.
The other area is exit criteria. What if they do a transfer between Wake Tech and a school for Wake County? I'm perfectly fine with that. If they want to go from Morrisville to a school teacher, I almost want to double it, but it's okay for them to move within that framework without penalty because they're still doing the goal, they're meeting the goal of that program. However, I would like them to remain a public employee for a period of 2 years after they've received that incentive without penalty. So if they do the 6 months, then there should be some sort of interest rate penalty or fixed amount penalty on the back end of when that house is sold. Because that would retain them a little bit longer. Unfortunately, we don't have the availability to forgive the loans because then we could ramp it up so they could be encouraged to stay even longer. But I think 2 years is usually a pretty good amount of time. That means that they would be living in the town for 3 years.
Sure. What if they are laid off?
So there could be a hardship clause maybe that you could seek employment within 6 months or something like that without penalty.
If they voluntarily leave public employment.
Right. So it's about that separation, right?
Particularly because the town doesn't have any control over what the school district does in terms of hiring. I just wanted to make sure that I asked that question.
I think that's a very important point that you raised, but voluntary separation versus involuntary maybe is a easier way to
because
identify
that also
that.
precludes, they've become disabled.
And that would be involuntary, would it
Exactly,
not?
exactly.
Yes. So, very good points, but I really appreciate the opportunity to, incentivize people. I just wish we had more housing stock overall. That's another issue for another day. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Rao.
well, will we be able to expand it to more than 5 households a year? Because when we say public employees, I mean, just playing devil's advocate, if we're funding this program and we're only going to use, I mean, like you just take fire, for example. I mean, this is a great way for retention, recruitment tool for our firefighters. But, five is, that can be like,
Yeah.
challenge selling.
Yeah, so I think that's why we're recommending a pilot period of 5 years, because it gives you enough time to really prove some impacts. But then to have a point to really evaluate, is this working the way we want it to be working? Is there demand? What is the level of demand that we're seeing for this program, and make some decisions there about whether it should be scaled up, whether you should be making changes to it. I think, again, the reason why we're recommending a relatively high amount of assistance per household, because we are in response to the conversations we've had previously, really trying to change the math about who gets to buy homes in Morrisville, and not just create an incentive for people who might choose to live in Morrisville, might choose to live in Holly Springs, to decide towards Morrisville.
1,100 number that was given wherever they got the data. How many of that 1,100 are public employees? How many public employees live in Morrisville? Those are things that we don't really know. So I think we have to know how are we trying to get that number down.
We did do that survey a while back, and found that around these income levels, the people who are homeowners choose to live outside of Morrisville.
Because the final thing is cities like Raleigh and other cities are very different. I mean, like Wake County talking about down payment assistance, but they're not really doing from a public employee perspective. So they're really looking at, and I would think, it's much larger city, but how many people are? I mean, the unit numbers they gave were pretty big. When Mayor Baldwin spoke, there were 3,800 units or whatever. So there's a lot of units they're providing.
I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but that sounds,
Okay, I'm going to go, and then we'll go back around again.
And I think Mayor Colley had something too.
I'm sorry?
Mayor
Oh,
Colley
okay,
had something too.
Mayor Colley, go, that's fine.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I've heard some people say that they want the criteria for entry to be a full year. I'd be okay if it was immediate upon employment, or if they're only been employed for 6 months. I think we cast the wide net and just count on the fact that people are working for the town or Wake County Public Schools at that point. And I would think perhaps one thing that we can do, if the homeowner actually quits, perhaps if it's allowed, the loan percentage, the interest rate could revert to the market, and then we get that larger amount back into the future. That doesn't create an immediate burden, but when they do sell the house, that could be a way to get back some more of the money and encourage people to actually stay with our town. So I wanted to share those two thoughts. Thank you.
Is that even something that's possible? How can you change a term on a
Yeah,
loan?
I think that would probably be difficult.
I would think so too.
Yeah.
Okay, that's something we could look into though. So just a couple of things. I do think we need to have some criteria around time of employment. I'm with Councilmember Scott and Johnson. I think a longer term. I think like 2 years. I think sometimes, and I need our staff to weigh in. Don't when we hire folks, aren't they put on a probation? Thank you. I couldn't think of the right word. And then come off for probation after some period of time. And so I think we need to kind of factor all that into this criteria that we're talking about. So yes to some kind of criteria, whoever they are. I know we can't do that if they're or maybe we can. I don't know. If they're a Wake County public school employee, can we look at that too? I don't know if you have access to that kind of employment data, but I think it's important to have some kind of safeguards. That was a word that Councilmember Garamella used or somebody used. And yeah, triggering some kind of, and penalties, maybe not the right word, yes to all of that. But I'll be honest with you, as I think about how and I've said this before, as we think about how we're going to get public support for this, because we have always said, and we've been very honest about this with the public, that anything we do with a affordable housing program is going to require a tax increase. which kind of flies in the face of making sure that this town remains affordable for some folks. So if I'm going to go out there and gather support from the public for a tax increase, I need to help more than now 3 people. It was 4 the last time we talked. Now it's 3 to 5, and I really struggle with that. I really struggle with that, and I was very supportive of doing something with the rental assistance, like first and last month rent for folks, and I know that was not popular, and we're not going down that road anymore. I think we lose a great deal of people when we don't focus on that as well. I'm not saying not to focus on this, and I want to be very clear here. I am 100% behind helping people with home ownership. Because I am saying this does not mean I don't want people to own homes and I don't want to help them. That's not what I'm saying. I'm 100% behind this, but I want to affect and help more than 3 people. And this just gives me great heartburn. And I think we're losing the young population that comes into the teaching profession, or the young population that we employ here in the town of Morrisville over the years, and helping them with rental assistance. And we heard that from Wake County. Wake County said they started their program with rental assistance. Now, I don't know all the ins and outs of, but there was a reason they did that. And one of the comments that was made at that meeting was that they started with rental assistance because they wanted people to help people save on their own and help them get on their feet so that they could go to the next phase and help them with home ownership. So that's not very helpful to you all right now, but I am still of that mindset, and I worry about that. I also worry how many, when we talk about creating a program that really is effective, and we need 5 years to kind of see how it plays out. I understand all that. I'm just not sure we're on the right path, and that gives me great heartburn, because I do want an affordable housing program that is effective and efficient and is helping more than 3 people, and I'm not sure we're on that path. So I'm sorry, we'll go around again, but
That was very well said, and that's what I was.
Okay, let's go in order. Let's go with Councilmember Robati, please.
So I'm looking at I'm starting to think about the WCPSS employees, and I love some teachers, and everybody knows it, but first of all, I have some concerns about offering benefits to people that don't work for us. That's basically an employment benefit to someone that doesn't work for the town. And I wonder if by specifying these schools, so first of all, I think there's some schools missing. Sterling Montessori is one, but there are other schools. But I think we're creating a headache for WCPSS as all of a sudden everybody wants to transfer into schools in Morrisville. So I would like to, I mean, if you've already coordinated with them on this, then forget I just said that, but that's a concern I have. And the other thing is that I think that we should be really clear. A school that serves Morrisville, to me, is not, if we're going to go forward with this, I don't think that's specific enough. I think that because there are magnets all over Wake County that have a Morrisville student or 2, and I think that I think the intent here is to help teachers in schools that house a significant number of Morrisville students. That's one of our schools. So that's one thing. I think we should figure out what we want to do about magnets here. But also, I think that when we started talking about who the program was going to help, I understand why we landed on teachers. I was in favor of that. But the more that I think about it, the more I think that, it's better to start small. And this is adding a layer of complexity that I just don't think, I think we're adding a layer of complexity that we don't necessarily need to add.
Yeah, and it's certainly an option. I think there was a general large interest of many different groups to serve, and it
I was one of those people.
And it kind of got,
now that I see it on paper,
down to this.
Not so much.
That is certainly an option. And I will just also add, with the school locations, These are the ones that we did send the survey out based on sort of the percentage of residents that live in Morrisville that go to those schools and that were in close either within the town boundaries or close to them.
Yeah, and
But-
that's basically what I'm saying, is I
Mhm.
think we should spell that out as criteria.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Fender, I think, was next, and then we'll go to Councilmember Scroggins Johnson.
Okay, I agree with Council Member Robati's, I can't talk, I'm really tired. Especially if we're talking about a 5-year pilot program, it's worth just focusing on town employees. And the comment I was gonna say is, as far as helping 3 people, I disagree because it's 3 to 5 and it's 5 households, which is our families, which is potentially 4 people per family. That's potentially 20 people, and you're helping them build equity, which has impact exponentially, for years down the road. And I get what you're saying is it does sound, it's hard to sell the tax increase to our residents when you're helping 5 families, but to those 5 families, it could mean the world.
I think we can help more. That's my point. So please don't miss my point. I think we can help more. I think 5 is not enough. If there are 11,
But don't minimize it to 3 people.
well, it's 3
5.
employees. We're helping 3 employees.
But
I want to help more than 3. That's my point.
But it's 5 families, and but I hear what-
I hear you
understand.
too. I hear
I
you too.
understand.
I hear you too. Yep, Councilmember Scroggins Johnson.
So I do appreciate the candor of each of the council members about how do we tackle this really important problem. I too do feel some angst that we have enough resources, we should be able to help more than 3 families. What can we do? I was so proud when we had worked with a developer several years ago to identify some units in their complex that could get some subsidies, by their own private development company, so that the rent was lowered, so that we could help serve more people in Wake County. And it was coordinated with Wake County. So I think the door of opportunity is with partnership and Wake County. So it sounds like this is the count of 3 to 5 over the 5 years or per year? Annually. So over a 5-year program, it would be 15 to 25 max kind of households. But I have a feeling it's towards the lower end, as our prices were about to exponentially jump due to our friendly fruit company that's coming to town. But we need to partner. We need to partner with Wake County, and I know you haven't gotten to that point where you're going to share with us some of the learnings that we had from our recent discussion, but we might need to take another crack at what opportunities Wake County can offer us and look at both of those, because that will help kind of boost this area. And then narrowing the scope, although I think there's a lot of need with teachers and staff for school administration. By the way, the Wake Tech Early College is not on this list. And the Morrisville Cricket High School, that's coming up.
The new high school.
The new high school, yeah. But if we do narrow it just to town staff, then we'll have to think about, involuntary versus voluntary separation even more because there'll be less flexibility to move within the public sector. So,
Thank you. I agree with the partnership. I totally agree. I'd like to understand how Wake County can, how we can partner and leverage that to make that number bigger. That would make me happy. That would make me very happy. Okay, we are bumping up at 9 o'clock, so, I'm sorry, Councilmember Caramella, go ahead.
No, only my thing is, like, all good points. I would also like to know what are the other plans that other towns and cities have been using and have been effective that people are utilizing. I don't have the data.
We presented several similar programs in March that are aimed towards public employees. I will say the majority of them are geared towards a slight incentive and not geared towards changing the math on who can afford homeownership. And for that reason, they have variable impacts. But we looked at Chapel Hill. We looked at, I think, somewhere in Northern Virginia. I think it was Alexandria, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking that is, like, there's some plans, I don't know, Durham or FX, they have, like, where they're, if someone is getting booted out of the house, they have some kind of an assistance for those things. I don't know what those all are, but I just wanted to throw it out there, like, are people really utilizing those kind of things? Or is there a better value that we can serve those kind of things? So, like, just curious, I don't know the data, how others are using.
The one closing thought, and I was not part of the Wake County conversation, so Danielle's going to present on that, but I will say I think Wake County is doing a lot, and there's a lot of great opportunities to partner. I think the town's focus on public employees probably complicates that a little bit. Some of the best ways to leverage the county's funding are to provide match funding for affordable rental housing, or to pay into some other existing programs like emergency rental assistance that the county may operate to increase their impacts here in Morrisville for Morrisville residents. But that's not really what we've been working on. So that hasn't been something that we've been looking into.
All right, I'm sorry, Danielle, go ahead. So we all gave you all kinds of thoughts and.
Yeah, and I'll kind of round this up because I know, with having some more conversations to understand, like, how can we leverage some, potential money or partnerships a little bit better, that there's probably, not a specific, yes, something is moving forward, but we would like to still kind of tighten up the framework of what is being interested, because as we're having different conversations, that helps us as well. With that. And so with that in mind, I did hear that, and we can, I guess, bring this back for discussion too, to who we want to serve specifically, and whether or not it will just be town employees. But in terms of eligibility, I heard anywhere from like 6 months to 1 year, maybe a preference for 1 year, unless we want to align it with the typical probationary period, which I believe is 6 months.
Let me weigh in there.
Yeah.
We have different introductory periods for different classes of employees. So a year is what we have for our firefighters. And I just suggest, if you want that, make it standard for all employees.
So I just would like confirmation of the interest for, I guess we would do 1 year of employment for eligibility, and that there was some interest in terms of maybe being with the public sector at least, whether it ends up being the town or another type of public agency, that it's 2 years. Was there interest for that? And I think we have discussion of if there is a penalty that's associated with it. And we can research what those options could be as well.
I think that'll be helpful. That'll give us something more to react to, quite frankly.
Yes.
I think and I'll speak for myself, I react better when you give me options. Sometimes I can't think of everything.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
Once you give us something, then we'll lay out on.
It's interesting to hear that, because we may also say, like, oh, maybe the recommendation is 1 year based on X,
Yes.
Y, Z, but
Yes.
hearing that there is interest in it gives us feedback to be able to provide a recommendation.
If I could weigh in.
Yes.
I think another sounding board for us on some of the things you're talking about is Wake County, because they've got so much experience. So I think that subsequent conversation that Danielle's going to talk to you about with Wake County may also help bring back some information for you to consider. There's two more sections, one of which is that follow-up from the Wake County meeting. I would suggest that you take 15 or 20 minutes to go over the next section, land donation, then pause and park this, and we'll just schedule that continued Wake County discussion at your August 8th meeting. That gives you more time to think about all the things you've also talked about this evening as we talk about that. If that, I'm looking at Danielle and Sarah, I think it's important to recognize Sarah would not be with us for that August 8th meeting. So just that comment as well.
So I think that's a great idea. I do think this next section will go a little quicker. It's a little more straightforward, I think. So is that okay with everybody? 10 minutes? 10 minutes.
We have one more point to make, but I guess I'll wait till you guys finish this and then I'll do it at the end. That's fine.
Oh, at the end, did you want to talk, was it about this
We're
particular
going on
item?
to a whole nother topic now about land.
What I was trying to say is that, you know, and I think Mayor Pro Tem did a good job summing it up, is just the goal, I think, should be, and I'm still not clear on how we're going to get there, reducing that gap from 1,100. And what I really think we should be doing is looking at other plans out there, like Councilmember Mayor Mello said, to say what programs do we have so we can start somewhere. And maybe this is part of it, but I think 5 is, for me, not enough. And so that's really the concern I have, is, you know, looking at something that isn't going to get us to a larger number. And so just wanted to.
Yes, and we'll talk more with Wake County about, you know, partnership opportunities, but, you know, there is to either large programs or large amounts of money that fund in larger cities where you see them making that larger, you know, contribution towards affordable housing. So it is in some ways proportional to kind of the size of the town, which does make some challenges for that.
I just said one more thing because this is important too. I want to make sure we don't lose this. Everyone on this council is interested in how to advance home ownership in this discussion. Everyone is. I want to make sure that's clear, myself included. And that there was a comment made at that meeting that kind of did not give that impression. So I want to say that again. If anybody does not believe home ownership should be part of this conversation, speak up now, because I'm going to say that blanket for all of us. Okay, thank you. Okay, we can move on to land now. Sorry.
All right. So I'll be covering this section and make sure I have here. So what we took a look at is we looked at identified town-owned land not currently developed, evaluated residential development potential, at just taking a high-level look at these properties for feasibility and looking at zoning, future land use, potential for rezoning. And the result of this analysis is that there were 2 property locations that we may have the opportunity to look a little bit further at for an affordable housing project, and 7 property locations that were not recommended for further consideration. So I'll just go over first the 2 locations and then the ones that we don't recommend and reasons why. So the first one is 101 through 105 Church Street. And this is the corner of Morrisville Carpenter and Church Street. And just based on the current zoning, there may be an opportunity for maybe 3 single-family detached units, and currently townhomes would not be permitted there. But you could look at a rezoning opportunity to allow more units or townhomes potentially. And I should say too, when we are looking at this high-level analysis, we did ask Habitat for Humanity for some footprint sizes to understand maybe, you know, how could this work. So again, that was also very, very high level. You know, there are some potential concerns at this location. I know there's not really interest for a flyover over the railroad tracks in NC 54, but should that ever happen in the future, there could be potential impact to this property. And then also, if there's an interest in completely maximizing the potential for townhomes, say at this location, there is some concern about parking and driveway separation and everything that we would need to look at in more detail. Oh, yes.
Has the option of condos been explored here? Because they're home ownership and it is closer, walkable. If it is a town employee, it's just down the block.
We have not looked at that option, but if there's interest in pursuing this location for further analysis, we could add that in as a consideration.
Does Habitat for Humanity do
Oh, you know
condos?
what? Now that you say that, it would have to be
They do
it would have to be a partnership with another entity, and so we did look at. Thank you for mentioning that. But it would be a partnership with another entity that might do multifamily, and whether or not the scale of this is something that is going to work out financially, but it is something we could look at.
You may not be able to answer this. You may not be able to answer this now, but is there potential for expansion of that area adjacent to that lot? Maybe Brandon knows.
Did you want to add something?
So just briefly, I would say if you're looking towards the north, that property is owned by the church. I believe, I'd have to verify that, but I believe that's owned by the church. We have never had any discussion with them about that property. And then the field between those properties and Town Hall is also owned by the church. And at our last discussion, they did not have any interest in potentially selling that.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
And then I'll move on to the next one, and we can have some more discussion as well to whether or not we want to look at anything in more detail. The next property that had maybe very small potential is 201 Page Street. Again, this is a smaller property. There may be an opportunity for one single-family detached unit. We'd have to look at, whether or not with a rezoning, how many townhomes, maybe two, that you could get there. I think the challenge with this one is there would need to be additional right-of-way dedication for Morrisville Carpenter to get that extra lane at some point in the future. And again, also, if there's ever a flyover, maybe some potential impact on there. So this is more, may potentially be only one unit option, but it would be one property for consideration. I will just go over briefly with the town-owned lots that were looked at but not recommended for residential development. So the one on the right-hand side, the larger parcel, is 338 Page Street. Based on the locations, the challenges, most of it's in a floodplain, the location for Sawmill Creek Greenway, and there's also future needs. Page Street in that area is not a platted right-of-way, so right-of-way needs. And then the middle top one is 339 Page Street. Again, this is a small lot. There would be right-of-way needs for Page Street here as well, building demolition costs. So there's a lot of challenges there. The last one on the left-hand side across from the historic Christian church. This one, it's part of a future phase of town center, and developing affordable housing now may impact the future design. It doesn't mean it can't be considered or incorporated sometime in the future, but focusing on it now specifically for affordable housing development is not being recommended. The next one is what we're calling the Waterford Open Space. This is very linear. It's for part of Sawmill Creek Greenway is proposed to go through there. There's challenges. There's also a stream buffers, flood-prone soils, so that is not being recommended. We have next the fire station number 3, the remaining property, and currently the zoning of that property doesn't allow for residential, and it's not thought that might not be an ideal location for an affordable housing project. Other undeveloped property is Markham Drive properties. This area is slated for a potential future park or open space, so not recommending an affordable housing project there. It's also in the airport overlay, which doesn't allow for residential uses at this time. And then the last one here is 5651 McCrimmon Parkway. This is located right behind fire station number 2, and the current zoning and future land use doesn't allow for residential in this location. So based on this, most of the current owned vacant town lots aren't suitable or recommended for residential development. There are two potential options, the 101 and through 105 Church Street, as well as the 201 Page Street. And so the options for town council is, do you want staff to take a closer look at these two potential property locations for a potential partnership with Habitat, looking a little bit more at the detail of the regulations to how many units could you fit there. That's option number one. Option number two is to direct staff to review options to purchase and donate land to a nonprofit organization for the purpose of developing an affordable housing project. This may also fall in line with some of the interest expressed in a partnership with Wake County, and whether it's a home ownership or a rental project scenario. And then the third option is to elect to take no further action on land donations. So those are the options and considerations, and happy to go back to any slides.
Councilmember Scoggins-Johnson had a land.
So I know we have like 30 seconds.
You can do it.
I would love for you to explore the opportunities for 105 and 105 Church Street, 201 Page Street as well, although maybe a denser product than just a single family home might be helpful. I'm open to partnering with organizations like Habitat for Humanity, but I also would like you to research, if you have the capability, the property across from a historic Christian church. And although it is in the future town center, the reason I like that property is because it's in the future town center and it has accessibility to the amenities that will be in our expanded town green and so forth, and it'll be a nicer location for someone who wants to take advantage of that.
Councilmember Rabati?
Two super quick questions. Does Habitat ever, would they ever partner with us to buy land? Or would the land have to be 100% donated?
I think it would depend on sort of the funding mechanisms, and so land in Morrisville may be more expensive than somewhere further out, and if there is some way to bring down that cost in some way that still makes the financial model work for it, I think there could be opportunities we could ask about.
It was just, okay, and then the other thing is and I agree with Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson's on the 101 through 105 Church Street and 201 Page Street, and also actually on the land in the future town center. As long as whatever's built would have to conform with the town center UDO. I mean, I think we could take a look at that. There's going to be townhouses in the town center anyway.
Okay, Councilmember Fender?
Yeah, I agree with what's been said by Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson and Robati to explore that. And I think, as we're going forward looking at purchasing land, that we should also be evaluating potential land purchases to see compatibility for affordable housing, as well as, we've been looking at it for parks and town center.
Councilmember Garamella?
No, I think it's worth exploring, number one, but also I would like more density, and it has to be in terms of conforming with the whole downtown that we are trying to put, in terms of aesthetics and other things. So I don't know how that'll all work, but I'm open for it. And even the condos, if we can expand the amount of units, because it's close to, like I'm using condos again and again because if they can just walk to the school. I'm in a school, I'm going to say like the workplace. And the other thing is absolutely too, because a good piece of land that where we can get more units and would be perfect to basically explore that.
I'll go next. I am in support of looking at these two properties, the 101 through 105 and 201. They are in walking distance of the town center and the library, and so we already have a smart shuttle bus stop not too far away, and we could always add another one. But so yeah, I'm in favor of that. I know. So just I don't mind looking at the property on Church Street. I like the wording you put in here, though, that we have to evaluate the impact on the future town center plans, and this potentially could be evaluated sooner or later, but I'd like to see how that fits in with the town center plans. And I agree with the comments about partnering with Habitat. If they want to partner to purchase land somewhere, I'd like to know that too. Here in the town of Morrisville, obviously, but I'd like to know if there's any kind of partnership opportunities. All right, Steve, you're the last one to weigh in, and then we're done.
I'm in favor of looking at the two properties, and would just like the staff to review options with both 1 and 2.
Okay, and is the mayor going to weigh in? Is the mayor there? No. Okay, thank you. Okay, all right, we're done with that one. Thank you all, and we're going on to the next topic. Do we need a quick break? Okay, can we take a 5-minute break? Okay, 9:20.
Thank you.
Oh, Danielle, thank you. Okay, we're ready to start. We have Town Center Development Agreement Overview. We have 90 minutes for this, but I think we can be very efficient.
We are ready to be efficient with you.
Okay, good.
100%.
I'll turn it over to Brandon, and we promise to be efficient as well.
Yes,
So, yes,
yes.
we're good to go.
Promises.
And so you have met, I think, most, if not all, of the team at different times. But again, you may not have met Todd. He's been to some meetings. So Todd is with Avi's team and with Money, and then, of course, Eric with DFI. So we're here tonight to give you an update specifically on the development agreement. And so what we're not going to talk about tonight is amenities or what's going to go where and things like that. That is coming. We're coming back to a work session on August 24th. But the focus of tonight is to give you the highlights of where we are with the development agreement, understanding that it is a work in progress. There will still be minor modifications to it, but I think I can speak for us when we say we're confident that the framework is there now. And so we want to run through that with you. And we want to do that in part because we need to get that submitted along with the rezoning application that is in for planning review. So I kind of covered that. Just real quickly, we are working on the pre-development that you previously authorized. So again, thank you for that opportunity. Singh has consultants working with staff and other stakeholders to move that forward. And we have actually another meeting tomorrow night with Parks and Rec to rediscuss some things with them before we come back to you with amenities in August. Again, Singh has submitted their rezoning application. That's a really significant milestone in this process for the town center. Again, that is sort of their vision of what will be built in the context of what the new zoning will be for this area of town and for the town center project. Currently under review by planning. And again, this development agreement will be submitted after tonight's discussion and a last round of feedback potentially from Singh. We got that to them, I think, maybe last week.
I saw a message from her on Monday.
So yeah, so we're working through that. And then again, the timeline we're looking at is, if we can keep it moving, would be planning and zoning board in September. You would see it for the first time in November potentially, and then again in January. And that assumes not any changes in the elections. We'll see what happens. But we would need time to, if anything were to change, certainly to do some catch up, I think. And just real quickly, the rezoning application, we've talked about that. It rezones those 11 acres to the Main Street Plan Development District. That's where that specific zoning that our team has worked with Singh to help them sort of create some guidelines for what will be constructed there. Again, that's one of those benefits of this public-private partnership, is that we work together to determine what's going to be there. And then, again, we anticipate that this rezoning that they're working on will be applied in the future to additional phases of town center. But of course, we have to acquire those properties before that can be applied. And there's still 14 remaining acres, 14 lots that need to be purchased. And we can circle back with details on that another time. But for the meat of the discussion tonight is the development agreement. So as a reminder, this development agreement is the formal legal agreement and contract that you will be asked to approve, and it will be between the town and Sing for construction of phase 1 of the town center project. And again, that is currently being finalized, and it will be submitted. And the reason we're doing that is that our own UDO section 371E requires a development agreement be submitted along with a rezoning request. So that is in process. Again, the development agreement includes, and what we're going to try to do tonight is just sort of walk you through this section by section and hit the highlights. You've got the full current draft in the packet. I did not print 100 pages for each of you, trying to be a little environmentally conscious. And there's things that will interest you, and quite honestly, there are things that are just really legalese that Lori and Molly with Sing have made sure that are in there to protect all of us. So as we go through that, there are legal requirements and recitals, both the responsibilities for us and for our partner Sing, and then also design and construction guidelines where, again, you're using this document, we're using it to ensure that, generally speaking, what you would like to see built gets built as a part of this project. And then there are exhibits attached to the end of this agreement. That's what makes it the 100+ pages. And that includes description and sale of the property, the development plan that we've already been showing you. We will have an update for you with that in August as well. The project schedule, we have a lease for parking, and then we also have a license for parking and a lease for retail space for Parks and Rec admin. And then right of first refusal for the purchase of the cottage retail. So although we won't be in the cottage retail because it is in the town green, if Sing were ever to decide to sell it, we have agreed, well, we are working to agree that the town would have first dibs if you wanted to own that because of where it was located. Doesn't mean you would have to, but would give us that first option. And then, of course, the exhibits will include a budget estimate for the public facilities. I do not have a budget estimate update for you tonight. We're not going to talk dollars tonight. We're just about the agreement. So, again, we're just going to sort of go through this and hit the highlights. And certainly can answer questions as we go. And we're just going to go step by step through it. If I don't say much about it, it's because it's really straightforward. Like Article 1 is definitions. I don't think we need to have much discussion about that we're defining terms. Article 2 is responsibilities. That speaks to development obligations and the schedule that we anticipate to have. It speaks to our responsibilities, which is to convey the 11 acres to Sing so they can develop it. It also speaks to how we're going to fund the project. Again, not ready to discuss that with you tonight, but will be when the time comes. And also in our discussion with Sing, one of the things they asked us to do was to hold a certain amount of events per quarter at the town green to help be a draw for the folks that would live in the multifamily. Anything you want to?
And the retail as well. I mean, that's consistently what we've heard from potential retailers is that, we're not on a major thoroughfare or anything here, that it's more of a destination but if you have people and activity, the retail will be vibrant.
So can we ask questions? Brandon,
Of course,
can we ask questions
absolutely.
now, or you want to wait?
No,
Okay.
let's
So
sit as we go.
what is the definition of events?
So what we've defined as an event that is anticipated to draw 500 people or more. And so we are, and again, this does not have to be new events. This is going to potentially include the music, the movies, the Spring Fest, July 3rd, International Festival, things that we're already doing generally in that area or could be moved to this area to take advantage of the town green. And then they could also be other cultural events, other art exhibits, other things like that we'll work with Leslie and with Mary and Parks and Rec to have those events.
Okay, and we anticipate our town green to be a focal point and a hub.
Correct.
And I mean, that's why we're holding, for years, we've held events out here on Town Hall Drive to get ready for a bigger place to draw people to. So, okay, and and you're comfortable with that?
Yes. Yeah, I've discussed that at length with Leslie and with Mary, and we do not feel any concern with meeting that requirement.
pulling an event. 4 events per quarter is, so that's more than 1 event per month. Do we already have that many equivalent events?
I think it would be about 1 a month. I can't say we have 12 equivalent events in that area right now. We might have to add a couple of events to that, but 4 per quarter would be a little more than, 1.3, I guess, per month. So we'd be at 16. My math is not good tonight. But yes, we do not necessarily have that total right now, but we also don't envision any challenge in meeting that. You know, we've had conversations about speaker series. We've had conversations about other events that could occur there. You know, this is a whole new opportunity for a different level of music in the park, we're really having a venue for that. So we don't anticipate any challenges in that
Like at
regard.
Park West Shopping Center now, there's people there whenever they have those events on the lawn.
Oh,
People
yeah.
bring
Yep.
their chairs. It's packed. I've seen Steve.
In hundreds. Yeah.
No, it's huge. That's like once a week
Exactly.
they have somebody there and like it's packed.
Yeah, in the fall and the spring.
In that one green
Yes.
in front of the movie
Oh,
theater.
1,000 people. I mean, I'm talking hundreds and hundreds. Yeah, there are a lot of people. Sorry, okay, Councilmember Rabati, we're all jumping in. Councilmember Rabati's next.
I was just going to ask, how many people do we currently get at like a movie night or music in the park?
I think we're averaging less than 500 of those, but again, we'll be able to offer some different amenities, and we'll be able to advertise it as a bigger event and do more with it. You know, we'll have better sound system with the stage and other things. So we are confident we can get to the 4 events per quarter.
Councilmember Allen, do you have a question? Comment?
No, I'm fine.
Sorry.
Okay, so another component of, sorry, I need to make sure of the town responsibilities, if we've had some discussion with you about a project management fee that we would pay to Sing to manage construction of the public facilities. And those facilities would include the town green, it would include the infrastructure that we are responsible for by our agreement, and that includes widening Carolina Street, really most of the entire length of it from Town Hall Drive over to Church Street, Foxglove Drive extension. I recently learned that the original Foxglove that runs from Jeremiah to Carolina was considered an extension, so this is the Foxglove Drive extension that'll go from Carolina back down to Town Hall Drive through what is now sort of the PD parking lot that we talked about. And then it will also include some minor modifications on Town Hall Drive that's going to allow us to remove that slip lane that's there, which is going to really help slow down traffic, which we of course want to do in this area, and it's going to add some parking spaces on Town Hall Drive. So the management fee that has been recommended is a 4% of final construction budget for the public facilities. And that fee comes from discussion with Avi and his team. It also comes from talking with Eric and DFI. They've done some research on recent projects, and I believe I can say that DFI supports 4% as a reasonable. Do you want to offer any?
It's the fee for that Durham County worked on with the private developer on a parking deck in downtown or for their mixed income developments. It seems like it's a standard rate for these kinds of public-private partnerships.
We tried for higher, but they beat us up pretty good.
A little bit. So if you look at that from a financial standpoint, the current construction estimate, let me say that again, estimate is $10,726,000 for the town green and the infrastructure. So if that were the number, the management fee is $429,000. And we expect to spend that over the course of give or take 2 years. And again, right now, the current net cash outlay is only $9,656, remembering that you may have heard that number, and that's because Sing is paying us for the land. So just want to make sure that you know why how the numbers line up there. Don't want to confuse that from prior presentations.
So Brandon, just another,
Sure.
for clarification, so we pay management fees on our other projects that we do when we're not the one managing. We pay somebody to manage our projects to completion.
We have in the past.
This is not, what I'm saying, we've done this before, it's not atypical kind of
Correct.
relationship with another entity to manage a project.
And I think it's very typical with a public-private partnership effort where if we aren't using Sing, if we aren't collaborating with Sing, we're not trying not to use Sing. If we're not collaborating with Sing to do that work, then you end up with potentially 2 project managers, and you've got to try to coordinate that work, and then you got to decide if we want to be in that intersection, but they want to be in that intersection, who's going first, and it creates more meetings, and it delays decision-making and extends the project, really.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, good point. So again, also want to be clear that once that we get to that final number and that fee is adopted at 4%, it becomes a not to exceed number. So that if that if that construction cost changes over time, which we have unfortunately seen with some projects, that fee would not change. And again, as I mentioned, DFI has spoken to the 4%. And again, Sing will manage the construction project from really start to finish, all contractors, all subs, and they'll process all those invoices that come through and really just push them through to the town for payment and approval. Any thoughts or questions? I don't want to overcomplicate it. I think it's fairly straightforward. And again, also, I think Avi made a good point to emphasize here. This is just covering their fees. This is not a profit opportunity at 4% for them.
Yeah, I think we spoke to this before, but it's not the reason why we submitted for the original RFP. We didn't, this is not something we do as a part of our business. It's just, you all asked us to see if we would be interested in doing it, so this is what we thought it would take.
Will you have a project manager?
Oh yeah, multiple, probably. Yeah, for a project like this, we'll probably have somebody managing the multifamily construction and probably somebody else overseeing this piece of it, or project manager and a couple superintendents. It would probably be more than one person.
Okay. I've covered a lot of this, of why this is advantageous. Again, efficiency, phasing and timing, flexibility in adjusting schedules. They can work within, if they want to change the speed of something on one, they can figure out how that impacts the other without having to sit down with the town. And again, really cost savings for everybody because we have to have fewer coordination meetings, which we're paying consultants less money to be at. So that works well.
And I think it's your capital improvement folks would still be involved
Yep.
throughout the process. Right?
Yeah, and that's exactly it. Is that so Mark Spanioli and his team, primarily probably Eric Pearson, would continue to be involved from this from start to finish. Just they wouldn't be the everyday decision maker on every point. They'll be more of the visit the site, check on things, talk to the project managers, looking out for the town's interests to make sure that those are being looked out for as that project proceeds. Okay.
And I guess that's true for even the pre-construction elements.
Yes.
We're handling all of those initial meetings and the design, and then we touch base with Brandon and other staff to make sure that they're up to speed on what we're doing.
And that's you approved that as part of that pre-development agreement. We had that conversation, and again, that's been very smooth. I mean, we probably talk to each other more than we really want to sometimes, but we are in constant communication to make sure that nothing's being missed, that we're coordinating the work between the two, town and Sing, but also making sure that we're looking out for other stakeholders. Again, we got Parks and Rec tomorrow night. We have another meeting coming up in August with the Western Wake Farmers Market, the Education Garden, to make sure we're keeping them involved. The library is a regular partner that we reach out and give updates to. And then, of course, the neighborhoods, will be giving them more information as we start to finalize construction plans and what that will look like and what that impact will be. So, okay. So when you shift then from the town's responsibilities to Sing responsibilities, they will construct the parking deck and provide the town a minimum of 80 spaces. Again, that is one of the significant advantages of this public-private partnership, is the town does not have to build and manage a parking deck, which we have not a lot of interest in.
Yeah, we definitely don't want to do that, but I'm really concerned with 80 spaces. The 80 spaces would constitute what would be available to the public when they want to park in the town center and attend an event.
No, that's just in the deck. There's another parking area that's being created between the police station and the town green. So there's a final count that you'll probably see or an updated estimate on the total count, probably coming to you next month. But this is just specifically in the parking deck.
Yeah, the count is several hundred spaces, and I think I think Singh has even been able to add some since the last time we talked to you. Again, this realignment of Town Hall Drive adds parking spaces because, dual-fold. It also helps slow down traffic, but it adds some spaces sort of in that area between the police station and the farmer's market now, and then also that entire Foxglove Drive extension will have parking spaces as well, so.
Autonomous vehicles, man, they're coming. I was just in Detroit last week.
Can't be too
We're going to be
serious about
efficient and effective in this conversation. So keep going,
So
Brandon.
the other thing that Singh is doing is leasing us office space for Parks and Rec admin. Again, that will be in retail adjacent to the library. We heard you and your feedback and concerns about utilizing cottage retail for that. So we've shifted that over to some of the retail space that backs up to the deck and is adjacent to the library. And then, of course, there are the responsibilities. Once the town green is completed, they will donate that back to the town at no additional cost to us. And that's part of the whole logistics of the plan. So we will sell them the entire 11 acres, and then they will build basically everything on the 11 acres, but then they will donate the town green back to us. Yep. Any questions about Article 2 and the shared responsibilities? Okay. Article 3 just is closing. It defines the legal requirements for closing on this. If you're not tired enough right now, read that when you get home. It'll help you out. Article 4 is the due diligence. Again, authorizes any remaining due diligence not already completed. You remember in the pre-development agreement, that was primarily due diligence, but we also told you that pre-development agreement only runs through this calendar year, so there'll be some work that just continues after that. We assume after you have ideally approved the development agreement. I think we already talked about that. Any questions there? Article 5, design and construction. So again, this is an important component. It defines a lot of important things. One is the scope of work for the public facilities based on the development plan. Again, for us, that's the town green, the amenities, and the infrastructure. The requirement for a parking deck for multifamily, for commercial, and for retail amenities based on that development plan. So that goes all the way back to the RFP we put out back in 20 that said, hey, this is what we expect to have in this development, and this is Singh providing that. It speaks to the development standards, again, assuring that they're building things to our expectations. I don't think we have any issue with that. I think they typically do that, but making sure that it's called out in the document. And then the other thing it does is, although we're not selecting contractors and subcontractors because we have hired Singh to do this work, we do have the ability to review and perhaps refuse someone if they bring somebody forward that we've had a really bad experience and they just don't realize that because they haven't worked with them or didn't have that bad experience. We can say, no, sorry, let's go to your number 2 selection. We've not done that to date. The folks that but the folks they work with are a lot of the folks we work, and you're not surprised to hear Kimley Horn and Clearscapes and some of those names. So we've had a lot of success with them. It also, again, defines the development schedule, the required notification on any proposed cost increases. You will be obviously kept in the loop. We will be certainly kept in the loop, but you will be kept in the loop on any changes that are recommended to come, any cost increases that could have to be considered. And then it also just defines how pay applications will be addressed, so we have a clear guidance on how money is going back and forth. Any questions on that? Okay. Article 6 is insurance. Again, it just defines what's required for the project. Article 7, representations and warranties, speaks to some of the commitments between the town and our partners with Singh. Again, condition and status of the property. They're going to give us back the town green in a good condition. They're going to do quality work, protection of the town green property. Just reassures legally that Singh has status to do business in North Carolina, and it defines what's going to be successful completion of the project, ideally in sometime in summer of 2026. Any questions about those? Again, a lot of legal requirements largely. Article 8, parking deck operations. So this goes a little more into detail. So we will have a 30-year license for a minimum of 80 parking spaces. I think as Singh finalizes their apartment count and how they're going to construct that, there's a possibility there could be some additional spaces, but we're going to get a minimum of 80. It ensures that the 80 are on the first level of the deck unless for any reason it doesn't fit 80 on the first level, and then there'll be the immediately adjacent ones on the second level. It says that Sing will operate and maintain the deck, which again, selfishly is something we don't want to do, so thank you, appreciate that. It speaks to $100 per space with a 3% annual increase for the first 5 years. Per year, 3% increase per year. $100 per space per month. So, the question comes, and in this case, there really are no comparables to what we're building here as far as what a rate should be. We're not the same as downtown Raleigh or really even downtown Cary. But the other piece of this is that fee is actually important to Sing because it's part of their overall pro forma, and obviously Money or others could speak better to this, but to ensure that as they may need a bank loan, they've got dedicated revenue coming in the future from the project. So our agreement is $100 a space and then a 3% annual increase for the first 5 years, and then we can renegotiate after the first 5 years.
And I would note also that that $100 per space per month is below downtown Raleigh, downtown Durham. Those are about $150 per space per month for dedicated spaces and parking decks. So in terms of fair market value or going rate, that's in line below downtowns in this area.
Updated by saying $100 per space per month.
Sure.
What's the total number of spaces in the parking deck?
80 that will be provided to us. I think the goal right now is 3.
I think anywhere from 375 to 400-ish.
In the entire deck?
Entire deck.
Yeah, I think it's in the upper 300s.
Yeah. It's basically, we're gonna define how many spaces, the footprint of the deck is gonna define really how many spaces we can put in there, and then the unit count will define how many spaces we need for the apartments, and then whatever's left over could go to the town.
All right. Any other questions on the parking deck?
Will that be gated when you go out?
Yeah.
Was it be gated? So yeah, the first level will be open for town use. The upper levels will be gated for residents. Okay. Article 9 is the DFI initiative, the Development Finance Initiative 1% fee. Eric, do you want to speak briefly to that?
Yeah, that was the fee, essentially with our contract to do the pre-development analysis, go out to solicitation, support negotiations. That was established in 2015. We originally came on to work on this project with you all. Essentially teeing up the project to get a developer on board to begin negotiating with on a development agreement.
Okay. And again, that's a fee that is ultimately now paid by Sing as a part of the development agreement. Article 10 is the requirement. I'm sorry?
The 1% is to the overall full project, or?
The total development costs of the private development components.
It's paid by C
Correct.
to DFI.
Correct. Yep. Article 9, again, some legal requirements, defines the property involved. We show an exhibit of what it is and define it legally. It confirms that we own the properties in question, which we of course do. References the rezoning, which will address what we can use for development in that area, and then requires again that donation of the town green back to the town once it's completed. Any questions? Article 11, again, is legal conditions related to if the agreement was defaulted on. Article 12 is miscellaneous, so that acknowledges basically that a contractual relationship between the town and Sing exists as a result of the development agreement. Also establishes that the town will consider prior public-private partnership experience as a factor in reviewing future phases. So what that speaks to is when we do phase 2 of Town Center, if Sing were to apply, we are saying that we will give consideration to public-private partnership experience. What I think Sing would like is us to say, we'll let you do it. And unfortunately, legally, we can't do that. So we, in working with Lori, I think, and Molly, I think this is the strongest language that we can include that indicates we will give consideration to the fact that they're doing this project with us.
We got beat up on that one too.
Sorry.
I mean, from our perspective, it's a lot of emotional, financial commitment investment into the town center, correct? And so we feel that we're already kind of creating a vision for subsequent phases, and if somebody else comes in and kind of takes on those subsequent phases, then we've already kind of invested into it, whether or not we were actively doing it or not doing it. That was
It makes sense.
Correct. And then that's been consistent in all of our discussions and all the things we've worked through. There's not one time I can say that wasn't the approach we've talked about. So after all those exciting articles, we get to the exhibits, which turn it into a 100 and some page document. Exhibit A is pretty straightforward. It's just that legal description. Once they combine all these properties into one to give the legal description, that's being worked on now. The development plan will be Exhibit B. That's the image of what it should look like before we get into really the meat and details of it. C is the development schedule. And again, right now, we anticipate being on pace to ideally put a shovel in the ground maybe late summer-ish 2024. So a year from now, we could be standing up the street and digging a hole. Exhibit D is the land disposition agreement. That's just where we're agreeing to sell them the 11 acres. E is the parking agreement, which will be for a parking license for a minimum of 80 spaces at $100 a month. And Exhibit F is a retail lease agreement so that we have space for Parks and Rec admin to be in this area. G, the right of first refusal that we talked about with the cottage retail properties. Again, nothing binding there other than if they were to sell, we get the first chance to buy it. If we wanted to control those, if you wanted to control those in the future, but just the option to do so. And then H is the construction budget, which obviously everyone is fairly interested in, and we'll continue to give you, best estimates up until the time that the development agreement is ready to go. You'll have a not to exceed number, and then obviously with any other project as it goes out to bid, they'll be able to see what numbers are coming back and work through that. Anything you want to add on that? Is that
Got it.
okay? And again, we're not going through the exhibits because some of those are still in progress. I don't think you particularly need to see those right now. Certainly you have a chance to read them once they're all completed. And then again, just as a reminder, this is all about construction. So as we get through, this fiscal year and have gotten through in FY25, we'll be starting conversations so that we are prepared to have the funding available to operate this wonderful facility in FY 2026. And so we'll be working, of course, with Public Works and with Parks and Rec and with others in the town to understand, what that looks like.
Ann, is your mic on? Sorry.
I said, where in the document is it covered, like the look and feel of the buildings and the specifics of the amenities?
Oh, I think the battery.
Is it dead?
Okay, we'll try it again. So where in the document is it covered, the look and feel of the buildings and the different amenities, and where are those kind of specifics? Are they in here, or is that a different document?
So most of that you'll find in the rezoning application.
Okay.
And that will define, what can be built, what can't be built, what finishes we want, what we don't want. We've been having meetings talking about sidewalks and sidewalk width and bike path and streets and all that sort of stuff. It's that level of nitty gritty because you want this to be a great project. And so, we've got a ton of staff. I could probably list more staff members that are involved than those that aren't in this process up to this point. But most of that will be in the rezoning process, and then a little bit of that will come with actual, once it's out to getting pre-construction drawings and things like that. We'll give you additional detail on that.
And some of it you'll see in the Exhibit B, the development plan. That's right. Some of that.
Other questions about the agreements? Okay. So the timeline, again, the rezoning and development agreement should be submitted at the end of this month. The planning department is doing a review that we're cautiously hoping we can complete by September, Michelle. And then that would leave September and October. We anticipate it will take 2 meetings with the Planning and Zoning Board. Again, we've been before them. I've given them the sort of overview of what we're working on, so it won't be foreign to them. But they will, of course, not have seen, the level of detail that they'll see when this rezoning application and development agreement comes through. And if that can occur in 2 meetings with them, then again, we could potentially be to you in November for a first meeting, and then potentially back in January for your review. And again, of course, it requires a public notice and hearing, so we'll build that into that process as well. Again, expect this is potentially 3 meetings with you when it gets to that time. We'll see what happens. Again, we won't be bringing you any surprises when that happens. You'll have heard a lot of this, but again, this is big decisions and important decisions, so we want to make sure that we're providing you everything you need to make those decisions, and that we can move forward solidly. And again, this is tentative. This is assuming things go probably the best they could go, so it could push a little bit here and there, but our goal is to have this prepared to be adopted in January of next year. Next steps, real quickly. Again, we'll get this development agreement submitted once we've had a final chance to go back and forth on it. We'll be back to see you in a work session on Thursday, the 24th of August. At that, we will be talking with you about amenities. We'll be talking about things like a water feature, the stage, artificial versus turf versus natural turf, signage, monuments, things like that, to give you some different options so you can understand what's out there, and you can also understand what that cost is. Correct me when I'm wrong, there is some cost built into the current pro forma for some of these things, but depending on what you elect to do, it may exceed what that pro forma is, so that may be decisions that you have to make about what you're willing or want to fund for the project. Is that fair?
Or reduce his number, a scenario.
Typically not a discussion point. And then again, after that August meeting, we will come back to you some point in the fall with some updates as best we can about cost and design updates. And then you'll see this formally through that review process. Questions? Comments? Anything you want us to know?
Okay, questions? Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson.
This was very well thought out and explained. And I appreciate each of you being here tonight because I know how hard you've been working. And the reason I don't have any questions is because you nailed it.
Thank you. A lot of effort went into this. The folks over there at that table have been very, very helpful with getting us, giving us different perspectives on it, because sometimes when you're knee-deep in it, you need somebody else to.
I mean, this is the beginning, and then there's more details coming and more details coming. So, there's going to be a lot more dialogue, but I like the structure and I like the thoughtfulness of how you have given the town what I call a fair fee for the project management coordination, because you're lowering the risk of rework and better coordination, and it just is a much better approach to working through this whole project. So thank you.
Councilmember Rabati?
I agree that I don't have any questions for the same reason. I think your explanation of it was very thorough. I did want to say that I continue to really appreciate just Singh's level of commitment and, like Monty said, emotional involvement in the project. I think that we're really going to see the difference in the completed project, and that makes me really happy.
Thank you.
That's my problem.
I'm okay with that.
All right, last chance. Any more questions? We're good? All right, well, thank you all very much. Appreciate your time. Anything else?
Came back in under time.
Yeah, we're just about. You did good. You didn't take the 90 minutes, and we're just a tad bit over where we thought we'd be to end the meeting. Any other comments? Anything else we need to talk about? All right, then I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay, there was a motion and a second. Eric, you got it?
Not a great challenge there.
I think it was Councilmember
Thank you all very
Rabati
much.
and Councilmember Rao. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nope, 6-0. Thank you all. Any opposed? Nope.
We're done. So my husband and I are going